Good morning, guys. How we doing? It's time to lawyer up. Indeedy. Hope we're all doing good. Hi, Carrie and Sunny. Right. Are we ready? Getting into the game. Are we ready? You're not a massive fan of Ace Attorney? Oh. The drama? The murders? Come on. Do I need my light on? My light on? Give us a little lighting in here. You got a terrible cough tonight, so you stayed home? So you're home? You're too early to... You're too early for... We're winning because we're just about to start. We're already winning. So, this is how the game starts. There's 3 different games. We have Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. And then we have Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Dual Destinies. So I thought it was all Apollo Justice, but I guess not. Because this one is also Phoenix Wright. Spirit of Justice. Maybe Apollo Justice is like in it as well. I don't know. We're gonna see. You like Layton better? I've never played the Layton games. I would like to. Okay, so there's 4 episodes. Let's get on with it. New game. Next TF2 unboxing whenever there's a new case. Episode 1. Turnabout Trump. Hey Mathman, good morning. Guy painting or drawing. He's arting. He's doing art. I've got to pick up all the clues. Showdown time. Full house? You lose. Eek! He's hitting him with a ball. He's getting glassed. Blood. He did. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Pole of Justice? Damn. April 20th, 9 a.m. Defendant lobby number 3. Or we could do autoplay. Panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit I'm nervous. Mom spaghetti. Good morning. Who this? Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Imagine your name being Justice. Wound up? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. Oh wait, okay. A screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. That explains it. So this is our boss, Christoph. To detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. So why aren't you representing him? Drift gone, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. Gulp. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. Alright, let's meet our client, shall we? My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course. And so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. This guy's a murderer. Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial. Nervous. Meeting him. Cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. So you're fine. I'm fine. Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. We're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why... You'll see. Huh? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean... It's time, shall we? I don't know, something sus going on here already. I'm smelling something fishy, chat. Fishy. First trial, here comes justice. Yeah, if he's like my boss and he's like good and shit, why isn't he taking the trial? Huh? It's the same judge! Let's go! What? It's the guy! It's the guy! Payne. With different hair. Right? He has some hair. The defense is fine. I mean, I'm ready. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Your name was Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor. Your voice sounds a bit strained. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. My client specifically requested Mr. Justice. What? Sus. To trust his case to this greenhorn. Why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town. Does he have cords of steel? I know what that is. Let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. His client is pretty weird. He's kind of sus. He's got pa on the hat. Pa. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? Wait. Is it Phoenix Wright? It's the GOAT! Wait, what? What happened? What happened to Phoenix? How did he go from attorney, world-class attorney? These days I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. What the hell? What happened? What happened? Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. To think I saw you enter this room. It is the same Payne then. It's the same Payne as... Yeah. As the previous game. Alright. Winston Payne, subtle as ever, I see. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head. Smack! Killed him cold. Max Payne. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say, he was the pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright. A pianist? This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Something to note, Justice. While evidence is filled in the court record, we're going to have to go through all of the tutorial stuff. Make a practice of checking it frequently. Yes, 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 yes. It's my... Oh. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm a Danny. To tell the truth, I get Abby feeling inside just looking at it. Yeah, why not? Okay, victim's name, Shady Smith. Known age. Hey Monty, how's it going today, dude? Male. Estimated time of death, April the 17th, between 1:45 and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from a blunt trauma to the head. Okay. Okay, so we got this. This is the guy who died. The cards on the floor. We got the bottle there. Okay. Did I play Ace Attorney Chronicles? Yes, I've played Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy, the Ace Attorney Chronicles, and now I'm playing this one. So I've played all the ones that have come to Steam. I never played them originally, so yeah, someone suggested it for me, and I've loved them. Doing good? How about you? Yeah, I'm doing good. I didn't sleep too great last night, but I've got coffee and I've got a fresh game, so I'm ready. Okay, bottle of grape juice. There's no blood on it. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Mr. Red's favorite drink. There's no blood on this. The bottle is completely empty. How do I... Oh, I can move around with WSD. Okay. Can't examine that. Alright. So the victim was a customer at this restaurant, but just who was this Shady Smith fellow? We believe he was a traveller, Your Honor. A traveller? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He'd only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. He had some sort of connection with the defendant? That too is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. If they only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. That's the photo. Yeah, I'll be playing this for the whole day. Yeah. Tomorrow we're going to play some Left 4 Dead in the evening. But yeah. That's a crime? Wait, what? Gambling is a crime? It appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal. Objection! It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. Competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again? The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. That'll be our first order of business here then, to find out more about this fatal game of cards. Phoenix Wright looking kind of smug in that thingy. Testify about the poker competition held on the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Yeah, so this game came out a few days ago. I want to play this. And yeah, so, I mean, the plan for this week, play this today. See if we can do an episode or two. Tomorrow we're going to do some Left 4 Dead 2 with some of my friends in the evening. Later in the week, maybe play some Dead by Daylight. And then we'll see how the later of the week goes. But yeah, definitely TF2 next Monday. Would like to do some song request TF2 at some point. Okay, so this is the testimony. This is the one we have to analyze. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. Oh. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker kit table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy. So no gambling? You watch my unboxing pics? Oh, nice. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed them. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. First cross-examination. Don't blow it! You're sweating bullets. Okay, this is where we start to get into it. Should I ask for a refresher? I mean, the last game I played was a couple of years ago, so let's just do it. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. So basically, we have to present evidence that shows like something that conflicts with what they're saying. Oh, press, of course. That was something that they added in the later games. Right? Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies, lies. Phoenix Wright? Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. He is kind of a legend. Okay, let's press every statement. Hold it! You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. That's supposed to be a boast or something? The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. And why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? Your job is to take on the interested customers. Okay. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional after all. It's hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Your imagination was always a little bit limited, Winston. What? I played poker for 7 years in that little room, and I've never lost once. Holy shit. So he's just like a poker master. Everyone wants to kind of challenge him, take a pop at him. You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. Expert gambler moment, yeah? The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction. There's quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. All in the past, things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there are a lot of deals being made under the table, right there in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods. You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. That dude's not aged a day. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. The window does look like it would be good for keeping lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they would come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. Play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards? Yeah, why 2 decks? Simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can... Oh, right. Okay, not 2 decks at the same time. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Oh god, this guy's it. Yeah. It's a murder trial, bro. It's not poetic. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. You can see how it would be easy to cheat. Heh. Yes, a game of hands. A clue? Hands? Oh. It's competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game, after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. You claim no connection to the crime. Now that's strange. I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Oh, judge in trouble. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Do it! Something I'd like to make clear, namely your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. One little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes? Do you need to hear anything odd about that testimony? When you figure it out, I suggest you presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony. Okay, we had that one. Did that one. We didn't press this one, did we? So you claim you weren't gambling. That's right. It was simply a game. You didn't bet any money, not even a little. The only thing at stake in our game was pride itself. Oh, well put, Mr. Wright. I've got a mind to play a hand of poker myself. The stakes, your fate. Right. Can we get back to the trial, please? Okay, so we can't press on the fact that yet. Okay, let's check the court record. He says that he never touched the murder weapon. Do we present the bottle here? Wait, how old is Phoenix now? 33. Yeah, exactly. It's always just like, he's always just the dumb prosecutor at the start of the game. I'm gonna guess the reason we need to present the bottle is because it's his favorite drink, so he would have touched it to pour a glass, right? Wait, no, how do we present? Ah. Objection! So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon? This is a grape juice bottle, right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see. And it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Oh, no. Objection! No need to shout. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears, and our case. Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove... It wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down? Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle like that. He's holding the bottle inverted, and there can only be one reason for that. To brain someone with the bottle, to brain them? Or to, like, horror? No. I see no problem, Justice. Oh, the only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Bro, he's just being awkward. This could hurt your case. There must be some reason. Objection! Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And will that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. A self-report, though? We've all played Among Us, come on. According to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from the ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. This is the phone that made the call. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. He fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported to the authorities. You claim he is being uncooperative? I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? It's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. Dun dun dun. So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up. Are you ready? Yeah. No. What the fuck? The witness will state her name and profession. Oh, just a moment. Where's the witness? Surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. He used a little hair gel. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. Are you sure? I swear it on my gavel. Violence against hair or crime. Don't diss the hair. The hell? She's taking pictures of her. Did the prosecution care to explain the witness's paraphernalia? She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be... My name is Olga Orley. I am employed as a waitress at the restaurant. Why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is named the restaurant, but I also perform how it is said, other service. I have to do Russian accent. Take one of these services taking customers' pictures? Da. Like, for example, this one. That's the defendant? Indeed, on the night of the murder. Other service. Man in white hat was one who has gone kaput. That is the victim. Olga, really, yeah. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is same as I would drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers, casually. Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Okay, so we've got the photo. Where were you at the time of the murder? I was in the room. The hideout, we call it. Excuse me? The hideout? It is the room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. It's the room where murder took place. Bad guy. Your look of utter surprise, it is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered and you will write the ones you want copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga O'Reilly, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means it was her. Very well. You will testify to the court about that night's events. Testify. I have to do Russian accent. That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for a game. It was called. Both players played with hats on, The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then last hand is done. But something terrible has happened, That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. But. He didn't die from strangulation. The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. Objection! That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. You haven't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid, it happens. I didn't lose a case in my first 7 years as a prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. More evidence? Let's go. These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips, you say? I mean, yes. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army and the chips are your spoils. I know that. After all, my youth I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. He had a 7-year win streak before he met Mia Fey. Oh, really? Payne Law goes crazy. The jury's like, what? Okay. Hold it! You were dealing cards. Do you do this often? I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work. It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Boat Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitress. Thank you for not handing out flies during the cross-examination. It's already April. How could it be cold? Clearly they've never been to the frickin' UK. At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way am I going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, da? Okay. Hold it. His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, Dar. He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt it as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars, though if it was small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket? I knew that. It's probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's what she called it. No, a locket's a locket. Doesn't matter what... It's kind of bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding? So freaking true. So what happened next? Something terrible? The defense will refrain from needless shouting. I was so frightened that I trembled with fear. This is the last one. I'm afraid they're going to strangle him to death. But the defendant would never do such a thing. It's not going to fly. Nuh-uh. I've never heard the defense try this tactic. Please, refrain from embarrassing me. Why don't do this every game of poker? Perhaps it is because the defendant has lost game. A crushing defeat for the man undefeated. So always with men like him, winners make sore losers. How the mighty fall. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, CeeJaey Smith, Mr. Wright, and... Mr. Wright isn't the killer. I've got you now. Okay, the last one. I think we present the... Oh, I need to press R for this. Objection! Objection! Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Da, normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss O'Reilly, really now, did you witness the crime? Good catch. It's like that scene in Spider-Man, right? Doesn't seem like he's hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. It's a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Oh. So someone put his hat back on. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. Okay. I've seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim, his neck. Oh, really, Miss O'Reilly? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm. Perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Seems we should continue the cross-examination. Is such a thing as thinking too much? This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. Is a thing is thinking aloud too much. Both players played with hats on, yeah. After defense tried to... Okay, she's changed the testimony. Hold it. You didn't say anything about hitting before. So sorry, I must be forgetting this, da. Oh, da. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle to his victim, then changed his mind and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. That's a good thing for the objection. So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all of this. I believe you know. I don't know what it is supposed to do. I mean, he definitely won, right? And he's got, yeah, full house. This guy's got more chips. Like, that doesn't seem to be any discrepancy there. There's a card on the floor. That's an ace. No, it's not. It's a 2. Oh. That locket. Hold up. The locket is on the guy here. The locket's on the guy here. Phoenix is wearing it right now. But in this picture, he's not wearing it. She said that he had his hand on it all the time, which is impossible. I think this is what we do. 5 aces. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 aces. 3 sevens. 3 kings. No duplications of the suits. Okay. Okay, we present this. Objection! Objection! Oh shit, we lose a life for that. Shit. We lose a life for that? But... oh, the victim plays it. I thought it was defendant. So maybe we present the one where he doesn't have the locket anymore. Objection! Yeah, that was the one. There was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on a locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. But look at this photograph. Look at this photograph! Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? What does it mean? The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. The locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean the defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all? He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah. Defendant, what do you have to say to this? He's literally wearing the locket. I just noticed this, but... you have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh, you mean this? Yeah, it's a locket. With a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter? What? He's got a kid? That's not right, you have a daughter? We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. Who's his baby mama? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost, badly. Miss Really? You will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant. Bah! Hi Ray, how's it going, man? Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 points. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, that was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Sus. There seemed to be a one-sided game. The court knows poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. How many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honour, and now I regret what I done. Common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. It's presser. Are those the usual starting points? Were there any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. Fisherman began with 3,500 points, and the total would be 7,000 points. This isn't calculus, it's not even long division. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Ah, of course. Do you think some chips were added? Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm pretty tired today. I didn't sleep too great last night, but yeah, I'm good. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Yes. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to be explained? Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. Not a motorcycle cop. What? Now that I've pressed her, and I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yeah. As I've been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Oh shit. Two types of chips, 100 and 1,000. It is not money, duh. Don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one. Yes. Because then we can... I don't think the numbers are going to add up. Have I played this game before? I haven't, no. First time playing. I've played the original Phoenix Wright trilogy, and I've played the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Both of the packets that came to Steam. But this is a brand new one, so this is my first time playing. Die, Your Honor. What kind of chip? Okay, let's press that. Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea. Well, I do. The two types of chips. But the small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000. This dude. I want to press the other statements as well, just because it's good to press everything. You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing? Ah, it must have been most unlucky day for him. I am glad I did not take other picture of him. It would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to victim's side of table. So you're telling us it was a one-sided game? Ah, one-sided and... Last hand? She's catching us in 4K. It was largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. The appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. Yeah, they're stronger now. Once cards laid down on the table, it happened. And what happened next? Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble. I did not believe such thing would happen. What such thing? Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such thing occur? What such thing? Nyet. The defendant had been hitting victim. I saw it all happen right before me. I saw Bertel coming down on victim's head. Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime. First course to gather information. Yes, sir. Okay. I want to check this picture. So, 100 and 1,000, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10,000. That's more than the 7,000 total chips. Do we do it for this one? Or do we do it for the third one? What do you guys think? I think present on this one. Objection! Yeah. Might work on both. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure. Seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won, if you're not in kindergarten. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? The big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals. Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points, and the combined total was 7,000. Yes. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness testimony. Yeah. But why? How could this be? Exactly. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Starting points were wrong, the chip count was wrong. What? Both were right. What do you mean starting points were wrong? Chip count was wrong? The thing here is the number of chips, right? Why are you asking me? Just in case? It's your case I'm concerned about. If you're wondering about the chips, just look at the photograph. It's all there. Starting points are wrong. If the total combined points at the table was 10,600, then each man started the night with 5,300 points. It's a rather half-baked score at which to start a game. So it's both were right, it's just like they... Okay, well, I knew that, I just don't know what the game wants me to say. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. Oh. Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Oh, I thought they added chips to like make it look like the dude won. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that makes sense. It adds up. That does make 7,000 points. But wait, the value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Ah, exactly. The small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100. Let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 and the defendant had 4,100. Well now. Seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible. My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. No, Mister, really? You must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive. Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness's testimony. Excuse me? What is it? I did not want to be saying this, but actually you see, See what? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat! A cheat? You don't mean a trick? Wait, what do you mean? A scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are. Great, this is great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interest. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. More Russian testimony. The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argumenta. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand, pouring Mr. Smith. Miserly, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? Thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. Full house is a very high-scoring hand. It's not easy to make, in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. But both of them had full houses. What's a full house? Secret court poker room. Two cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes 3 of a kind. Picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. They both have full houses. Finally playing the game. Yeah, it's been good so far. We've just started, so we're still kind of first case, but it's been good so far. We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. The defense may cross-examine the witness. If you did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? True! Any truers in chat? Thanks, Diamond. Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? It is quite hard, though. It is making a pair and 3 of a kind at the same time. I guess that's right. Very difficult, to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of column number 3. Very difficult, but it's not impossible. Full house hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time. Four of each card, you say? No, there is one spade, one diamond, one heart, and one club for each card. It is interesting fact this number 4 comes from a number of seasons. Oh, I didn't know that. You kill tons of cheers. Did you know that the cards are numbered 1 to 13? Add all the cards in a deck and you get 364 a year. So each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus you have a perfect representation of the year. We're learning about poker. How was it clear? Well, the defendant. He played a 5th ace. A 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. No, it doesn't. And Mr. Wright's 2. Obviously, cheating was afoot, or perhaps I should say, a hand. Perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. Okay. 3 aces, Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in total. No, it's not. The fuck's she talking about? 1, 2, 1, 2. Am I high? Let's press everything just so we get more. Die should not exist. No, I still remember both hands very well. Perhaps we should ask the defendant that very question. Adding cards to a deck is no less serious taboo than forging evidence in a court of law. Perhaps it's time for you to say something. Next moment. Okay. Do you recall what the men were arguing about? Well, I believe so. The victim, he shouts, "You are cheater," and then the defendant shouts something like, "I have objection." Shouting objection, eh? Old habits are hard to break. First he bluffed his way through the courtroom, now he bluffs his way through life. Objection! What does that even say? I don't know. But Mr. Rice lost the hand. That seems to cast the shadow of doubt on Mr. Smith. Humiliation for losing even when cheating. That is what set fire to the defendant's heart. So what did the flaming defendant do next? To bottle in his hand. By bottle, are you referring to this? Bah, the defendant uses this bottle to... This behavior is an admission of cheating by the defendant. But why use a grape juice bottle? You'd be surprised at what can be used as a weapon. This juice is recommended drink of Borscht Bowl Club. This year's vintage is remarkable for its hefty flavor. Hefty enough to brain a grown man, apparently. First, she says it was a serious competition. Now she says there was cheating. Okay, so this is where we present this, right? Because it's 3 kings, 2 aces. Yeah, this is the one. Like, you think I'm an idiot? You think I'm blind? Think I can't count? It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name. Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? But you ought to explain your point in a way the judge can comprehend. You gotta go do stuff? Oh, okay. Back in 6 hours? Good luck with doing stuff, man. What particular point contradicts the witness' statement? Here, right?
Take that!
Take that! It's here, of course. Oh, right, it was the other cards. Miss O'Reilly, in your testimony, you'd made the following claim. You have no idea what's going on. Alright. I'll catch you up. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only had 2 aces. Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Objection! Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating alright, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Oh, shit. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honour, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. The cards? Mr. Payne? Yes? The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defence would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. It's going to be the backs of the cards, because one was red and one was blue. And I bet you the other guy... thingy. The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? These cards don't prove cheating was going on. Nothing will. I say view victim's hands. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would. Evidence. Victim's hand. That sounds weird. Yes, sir. Examining evidence, we should review it from all sides and angles. Yeah. I told you. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color. Huh? That's impossible. But I put that card in the right hand. Ah! What was that, Miss O'Reilly? No, yet. And I merely said that I have. Your Honor. Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Oh. Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss O'Reilly? She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. I don't want to sound like this. Order. Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. Of her mistake. Whoa, wait, yo, okay, Apollo. Please recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible. I put card in Wright's hand. She's trying to frame him for the murder. What is that humor? A shark? But with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. And did she cheat? She cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? You don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Mr. O'Reilly? Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. The defense accuses the witness. We cooking. Oh. Fatality. Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly? Here she has lost consciousness. Mr. Justice, Your Honor. Seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. What? I did it. I held out. Does he think that he's him? He's the guy. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
Oh. Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think, one of the cards had a different coloured bag. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous! Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. The 2 decks at the club have different coloured bags, blue and red. 1 colour per deck. Why use different coloured bags? If we use the same colour, the 2 decks might get mixed. We used different colours and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game. But that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Me too. Sure someone said something about blue cards. In the end, 1 card of the wrong colour got in the mix, which means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck which seemed to indicate cheating. Yet this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. Could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped. Oh. It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? I thought before the murder, but now I'm not so sure. No, before the murder, right? Because the Olga said that she thought she gave the card to Mr. Wright. I say before the murder. It must have happened before the murder. You mean during the game? I wonder. Why? When you're playing poker, which side of the cards face your opponent? Ah, of course. So it must have been after the murder then. So it'll be after the murder. Perhaps it happened after the murder? What's that? Ridiculous. What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Objection!
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. When the backs of the cards are a different color, if you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Quite true. After the murder. This is going past silly into crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. It's the woman to make it look like he lost. Simply a decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only 2 remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga O'Reilly. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Olga O'Reilly. Right, it must have been Olga O'Reilly who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up evidence of the cheating. Does make some sense. Sorry, but there's a problem with that explanation. The swapped card was from the wrong deck. A blue card was stuck in a red hand. Missing card from the wrong deck when the backs are different colors? Remember that you're talking about Olga O'Reilly. She was the dealer. Do you really think she would make such a novice mistake? Trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake. Give it a little more thought, Paul. What? Then I'm fucking lost. Someone else? There's no one else in the room. Phoenix? And why would I do such a thing? Someone else? The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga really either. I don't understand why, though. What are you suggesting? Does defense think it only makes sense for you to name Mr. She was the one who dealt the cards. I can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? My apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is. Yeah, they're dealt face down. No idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. The one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss O'Reilly. Then who was it? Well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. A new direction? We'll find out indeed after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made two critical mistakes. You're going to tell us the first was swapping the wrong color card, because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the fifth ace with a king. Whoever swapped it wasn't expecting it to be a fifth ace after all. What they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. There's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True, not until now. You have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. What? I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials. Ridiculous, Mr. Wright. The trials proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. Yeah, I suppose that is a problem. Well, why? Just fucking tell us. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. "20 minutes recess. I need to go pee. You can't prove the existence. I know, but if he says it, then at least then it's like not just wait. We spent an hour trying to work out all of this, and it's like, oh yeah, there was another person there. It's like, what? If he'd said that, we could have, Anyway, I will BRB gang. 2 minutes. Alright guys, I'm back. I'm ready. It's getting in my chair, nice and comfy. Bam. Let's do this. It's quite unexpected, Mr. Wright, to suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. Must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. Being mysterious, are we? Got no time for mysteries. Let me ask you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. See, you haven't mellowed up one bit, Christoph. Justice. Yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. Okay. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear. Is it really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. There's a picture of my daughter in there. Who the hell's that? I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I'm never honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Wanna know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. And that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. What the hell happened 7 years ago? The body language can become information. So wait, why is he not a lawyer anymore? What happened? Am I supposed to remember what happened at the end of the Phoenix Wright trilogy? She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. There's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? You will, soon. Almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. Power? Huh? It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. To be continued. It'll be explained during this trial? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, because, like, I can't remember the full, like, stuff from the previous games. See it complete. He needs our power. Next chapter? Let's do it. He needs our power. Super Saiyan. Cool, now reconvene. Has Miza really recovered? Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again. That's the thing, you see, she's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miza really take the stand. Very well. The witness shall take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser. Oh. Not. Whoa. Name's Olga O'Reilly. That's the truth. I am a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quickfingers O'Reilly. Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian. And my last name sounds like O'Reilly. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Changing the accent because she's not Russian. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to last night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? We had a plan, sure? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Boat Club several days prior to the night of the game as a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim? Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. It was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of the games. When their hands were revealed, Mr. Smith would call him out and search Wright, and he would pull out the card planted and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards. I knew she fucking did it. Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Heavy update leaked footage. Oh really, oh really? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake. I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to slip free from a trap laid by all the quick fingers O'Reilly. Oh, really? The witness could be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute who wants to be cute. I'm not cute, I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court? Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. How do I keep doing these accents? That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone, the trap failed. The next moment Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith, it was that no good cheating defendant. I like how she's gone from Russian to, I don't know, Chicago gangster? I don't know what her voice. She a baddie? Trap was perfect. The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect. Look who's talking. Testimony for what it's worth is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? With defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Alright, let's turn off autoplay so we can press.
Hold it!
Hold it! This planted card. Which card was it exactly? The trump card, the 5 of hearts. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least, that's what you're going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Right before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Boat Club, we served borscht as suckers. Remind me to never go there. Of course, the card was supposed to make his grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, the good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. Payne's still gonna lose, he always loses. He's just the whipping boy at the start of each game. So, everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known. Oh, there are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. 3-stream streak, let's go. Oh, fuck. I meant to press that. Oops. Wait. Isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing, which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Wow. She's touching the back of her head. She's lying. She's gonna fucking lie. I sense something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Yes. Mr. Really, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You... Me? Quick fingers are really hiding something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Mr. Wright hit him. She's touching the back of her head. She fucking lied. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it. She's lying. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? The witness, for instance, Ms. O'Reilly, she would touch the back of her neck during parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Flashbang. Whoa, what's this? What's going on? Beep, 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 beep. What's going on? This sensation. It's coming into focus. There, the twitch. It's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Perceive. Ah.
Gotcha!
Gotcha! Gotcha! That's a new one. Ms. O'Reilly, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, why would you reveal that to her? You touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. That's because you're a shit defense attorney, mate. When she says that part of her testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? He's probably yapping about. It's highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us. Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Is it really? Whenever you recall the crime in the night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an erasable impression on your neck is this. The bottle.
Take that!
Take that! Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon. But something doesn't fit. If you were the only witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant. I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. These guys are fucking... Get a load of this guy. I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss O'Reilly, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Yet, I am knowing nothing. We already know you're not Russian. We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please. Now. Do you want to do the big reel? Ah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight till the cops got here. Got there. Okay, press.
Hold it!
You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. What's that? Well, show us his evidence, Mr. Justice. His evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. He was the one who called the police, right? To the phone? He had to go to the first floor. Take that! Ms. O'Reilly, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. We got a team. She going down. The man who picked up the ball and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. We cracked it. We're gonna get a little cutscene? Showdown time. You dirty cheat. Check his pockets now. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me. Some master of cheating you turned out to be. That's why her neck's hurt. When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, where does this leave us? Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. Must have been me who was hit with the bottle, and I'm imagining all of this. Because our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big fat liar. What? 3 were in that room the night of the murder, the defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of the argument was murder. What? I didn't. I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. What are you chatting about? Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder, and the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person. This theory again, your 4th person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception, the perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal? And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Remember what I said. The 4th person who swapped the card made one critical error. he or she wasn't considering the colour on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I saw it. Who is this fourth person? Why are you going to put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? It wasn't Christoph Gavin, was it? It was him, right? He told us. Present. As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right. Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the colour of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. Can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the ones on the table. But look, you can see the colours in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It is true the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense, competition. A test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame. Unbelievable. That's why he didn't want him defending him. That's why we're defending him. No, nothing. Excuse me, I was just so sudden. Right, you aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know even I never take a joke this far. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? I assure you, I'm quite sane. What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. He's trying to frame me for murder because he's trying to destroy my legacy. There is a possibility, after all. They may never have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Only one thing to do. The defense would like to request that you testify to court. Oh. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin, testimony must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? Not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believed that Miss O'Reilly... Might assume you speak for Mr. Just in this? He is the defense, not you. Yeah, sit down, Christoph, you little bitch. The matter of Mr. Wright's testimony, up to you. Okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? No need. That's alright. We're good. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. Et tu, Justice? You would betray me, your teacher. Sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. He can't handle the truth. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Bum, bum, bum. Appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. And that's what we saw at the beginning of the chapter. You were at the Borscht Bowl Club? I dine with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. Back then, Thought my office was doing you a favour when you took on your defence. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defence may cross-examine the witness. Justice. Sir? He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? You had dinner with Mr. Gavin. Yes, he dines with me at the Bush Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying the usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner? Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Christoph. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left. After that... 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time? That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Shady Smith may have met? I believe I did say that. Here I was all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear they just passed in the hall. Does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be, if that was all that really happened. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga O'Reilly mentioned? Yeah, blah 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 blah. But it didn't work. A harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found the card. The card she planted. Yes, I took a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Ugh. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. Empty bottle? The murder weapon? I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. Battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. Sounds like a terrific drama. Card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Let's check the evidence, shall we? There's nothing in here. You guys can't see a card, can you? The sticker? Like, it said it's inside, but I can't see it. Let's press him on this again. Why in the bottom? See my opponent's intent immediately. He used to entrap me, you see. I knew what was coming. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. So there in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone.
Hold it!
When you returned, the victim was already dead, yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. A little? He was bleeding from his forehead, after all.
Hold it!
Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair, and I figured Christoph's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Glad to hear you intend to pay. I won't pay in full, Christoph. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? You know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him now. I don't think the card's in the bottle. I think we present the bottle.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No. What, Mr. Wright? Surely that isn't all you have to say for yourself. Can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out? Oh, and a sixth person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. It's a different bottle. Nah. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Well, we get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore. Okay, they sat dinner, they sat at the table in the photograph. There's nothing wrong with that, I don't think. Walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. I don't think we can contradict that. The trap during the game, exposed the card in the bottle. Is there evidence of, what was it, the 5 of hearts? Is there evidence of the 5 of hearts anywhere else? I mean, there's a lot of bottles. I've seen that one joke, that's a good one. There's bottles next to the crate, so maybe it was a different bottle? Bottle of water. You can't really see the cards clearly there. What if I present this? Because there's pictures of the crates.
Objection!
No, we lost that. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Maybe it's in the phone. Can we examine the phone? Aha! that? Apparently that's nothing. In all photos, the bottle was open, but the motor weapon has a cap. True! I've been staring at the bottle for 10 minutes. What's going on? So maybe this is the picture. You can't deny that. No. Right won the match, yeah. Yeah, the motor weapon looks very clean. Can we save? Yes. Because I don't want to lose all my lives, so you have to restart from the last checkpoint. We've already presented the bottle, right? Maybe I have to press him on this statement again.
Hold it!
What have we missed, guys? What have we missed? The bottle of blood, yeah. Unless it wasn't the murder weapon. Blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. Do we present the bottle? There's no blood on the bottle. But in the picture, he sat there with his hound.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may. We got it, we got it. Take a look at this photograph. Look at this photograph. He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Can you explain this to the court? Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Eh? You? You put the hat on a dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why'd you do a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So Missa really didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head? I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Here we go again. It seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. He's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin. His witness testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. You need to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. This shrimp grind set. Tampering with crime scenes. When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. When I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? The reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Dun dun dun. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him, hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? Wasn't you, was it? Me, please. The cop should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Bone china plate. Oh, alright, pate. Kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating in my forehead. Something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin, he left the Bushball Club. Yeah, so how does he know he was bald? How did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? That's right. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. When I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? This is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix Wright. Order. I will have order. Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony? Yeah. Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear. This will be the final recess for the day. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Oh, it's Phoenix Wright's kid. What? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. Trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. An ace. Where do I remember that card from? It's got blood on it. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces and 1. This is the extra ace. The 5th ace! It is true, I've seen it. There was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. This blotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw. The truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. Ooh, who's the mother? Was it Maya from the original games? Guess we'll find out. I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl, I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. Dun dun dun. Bloody ace added to the court record. Take the stand. Is this fast necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. There's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? A secret? I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an ordinate interest in it.
Objection!
What? I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright? What do you think you're doing, Mr. Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? The original music? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taken it off except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, he would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Garvin, I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? Witness testimony. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So you witnessed the murder? For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you're on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. Yeah, but it's advantageous to him. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. So you are. And you had to testify as you just did? You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window? You had to say that because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? But The defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Are you prepared? Can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gammon. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. Done a water play. I think people are good with. I might need to be right back. BRB. Sorry about that, gang. I had to do my pharmaceutical duties, but I'm back. Let's go. That fateful night.
Hold it!
The rage in the man. His aura. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. So then you knew the true nature of your client's job? Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Makes sense that you'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I feel like he's at fault or something for... sorry. Oh, got my blanket on. I feel like he's the reason he lost his license or something. I feel like there's a connection. I feel like this is the statement that's wrong. You know, I used to keep... Watch up the stairs. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go to the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset him? Yes, one of my fears have been unfounded. I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. Oh, it's really fucking chilly today. So everything he's saying makes sense. Must have been right after the murder took place. How do you know it was right after the murder? I need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part of my testimony. There he is, the coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. For friends like these, who needs enemies? The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene. He wasn't wearing his hat then. Saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? Those were the only three at the scene of the crime. Yes, as far as I saw at least. Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? Two reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, Marcus was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah yes, this mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Are you sure a reason why such a thing would be necessary? To make it look like he'd lost and then frame him for the killing. You swap the card out, make it look like Mr. Smith wins, and that's why Phoenix kills him, so it frames him. I'm not sure why the killer would swap out a card as a raise. Can you point to a reason? Do we have evidence? Because it had blood on it. I need to be careful because I've only got 2 lives left. Oh. Are you sure you want to show evidence now? I don't have a choice anymore. I'm gonna make a save at some point. Fuck no. Oh, this. It's got blood on it, right next to the spade. What? This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is he so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards that has stock and trade after all. No, no, impossible, unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. Fraud? How could you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime? Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh. Right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Well, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless!
Objection!
Oh. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. What? Did he just see that? I can assure you, it's quite based. He said the line. He said the line. Amazing. Try picturing the scene of the crime in your head. Whoa, 3D? The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood in it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. What is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witness, the second witness? I'm gonna save. I can't save shit. Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victim? Completed based percent. Based and attorney pill. Like, if he got hit on the head and there's blood running backwards, that doesn't make sense for there to be bloody card unless it's like splashback. I need to save otherwise, because if I get this wrong I have to redo everything. I'm gonna say the victim.
Take that!
I'm also gonna save because I'm getting concerned and I'm low on. It was in the victim's position, that's the problem. Don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. The victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. Yeah, that's what I mean. You think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him? Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. So, what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Turn the chair around. Yeah. Oh. The chair was facing the other way. It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the fate? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know now the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Honestly, Payne's just been a passenger for the second half of this. Well, his location in this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime. The victims, the killers, or the witness, the second ones. Killers?
Take that!
Victim was struck from the front. Yeah, so the killer must have been the other side. It would be hard for the killer to hit him from the front. Sitting where his indicator currently is. I think it'd be quite hard, yes. What you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game? If sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something off in this. Something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Well, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, Where would his assailant be standing? We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? There. He's gonna have to be standing, well, here. You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. I thought I was onto something there. I need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Why are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? They were inside the cupboard. Simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that, at the very moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. Let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. The killer was standing here at the time of the crime, and this cupboard wasn't here, which means... try moving the cupboard. It would have been blocking the window. You see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. Everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Oh dang. Notice something upon it? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the contradicting indicators. The victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness. Second witness. Couldn't see through the window. You look so composed and menacing when you're not playing as him? Yeah, right? If it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. That's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see him. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh, is that the coolest defense in the West, losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window by that room was blocked. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order! This is a court of law and I'll have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout. Oh, and what did they find? Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it. What? Ah yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. The secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see how our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't want to believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder. Mr. Wright returned from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, say something. Dare I ask what really happened? I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Miss Olga O'Reilly was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. His time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shadi Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passageway into the hideout. The reconstruction! The victim must have been heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look and... bam! After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would, of course, realize the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. He might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. Seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin. Mr. Payne. The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately. Objection? Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. Not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence. Objection! Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, this bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking? How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Fingerprints on the bottle were upside down. Sorry. You know, there's only one reason why anyone would hold a bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. See how the corkfish squirms to the last. The boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still, but I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation, just like that. Yeah, just like what? Really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. think it's something to do with the fact that the bottle didn't have a lid on it or something. You turned it upside down to get the card out. Shit, I can't save. Von Karma is legendary, yeah. Celestia Ludenberg, isn't that one of the characters from Danganronpa? Oh man, I need more detective games like this. I've played them all. Yeah, there's been some really good ones over all the games that I've played. Why does you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? I've tried Project Eden's Garden? No. I haven't, no. I've played the two Ace Attorney trilogies that came to PC, came to Steam. I've played the Zero Escape games. I've played the Danganronpa games. I've played the AI Somnium Files games. I wish I could save. I've only got 2 lives left. Something to do with the fact that the bottles are near him? Oh, okay. I'll look it up. I think I've heard about it actually. Let me use this photo. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Reach down and pick it up without getting out of your chair. Yeah, because you would have had to have done that. You naturally go to pick the bottle up by its neck with your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here. Bottles and the grape juice on the floor next to the bench. You would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Can't believe it's that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed, but then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Order. What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof? Proof. So I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Yes, he did. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. Are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I'd be surprised if any were on that but his. Probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say Apollo. Yes. Why don't you go ahead and examine the bottle? It's going to have the missing card in it. Was it the 5 of hearts? That bottle will solve this case once and for all. Boop. There's something inside the bottle. What's this? That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga really? Yes, a little swindling devochka. That night I played the card like I was supposed to. Oh yeah, I'd never played any of the Ace Attorney games until they came to PC. The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. What I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? Maybe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he? None that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. Well, this victim, Mr. Shady Smith, his occupation was listed as traveller. Not profession to be sure, that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation. 7 years and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. He did two things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second, a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. This seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. You came through just like I thought you would. Pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who caught him, Mr. Gav. The killer. I Couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. I wonder if he means when he was like sensing. The vibe. What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer, right. Today was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. You don't know, do you? This locker is the key. Huh? That reminds me, I met the girl whose picture is in your locker. Your daughter, right? That's right, she's my daughter. You were right about this locker. Huh? I took this off his neck in the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. But that's perjury. You testified. You said that locket was yours. I said no such thing, actually. I mean, he said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. Subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. But then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Huh? At the Wright & Co. Law Offices? There's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. Can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait. You're not a... Oh, I tendered my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? Talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd. It's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. The card?
Take that!
You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. That card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. He couldn't say why he knew it was fake, because that would incriminate him. I wonder if the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. You can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Paulo? The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? I punched. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. About your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. I guess the mystery of what happened 7 years ago is going to be like the ongoing theme through the game. With that, off he went. That's how my first trial ended. You have an important question. Who's the better former lawyer, Phoenix Wright or Yagami? I mean, Yagami's good, but Phoenix Wright is just... You can't beat objection! You know, like, the fact that you played the Judgment games and there are references to Phoenix Wright in it says it all. Why didn't you read out? Because I don't know how to do those noises. I'm not grunting for you, Sarid. A lot of mysteries went unsolved, and at the time I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law. This is how my story begins. He got me his tiger drop. Oh yeah, if we're talking about who's gonna like win in a fight, yeah, Yagami's gonna win. Who do I want in a court of law? Probably Phoenix Wright. Save. Yes. Overwrite. Okay, so we're on episode 2. But I imagine they're going to be slightly longer. 3 hours for that one. It's not bad. Who would win, Saul Goodman or Phoenix Wright? Probably Saul Good. Probably Phoenix Wright. Because Saul Goodman is corrupt as shit. You think they would kiss in the courtroom? Okay. Okay. We def winning. We winning. Okay, we ready for episode 2? There's 4 episodes in this game. Yes. Episode 2, Turnabout Corner. You remember that episode? No. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. What the fuck is going on? Saul's too dirty? I mean, he is, yeah. Spinning big crimes and all the crimes together. And when the wheel stops... you die. Dun dun dun. Two months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it, I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Wright & Co. law offices. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. He must be here for the interview. Right this way. Hello there. You found the right place. Welcome. What's with this girl? Shall we begin? What? First things first. Any special talents? Talents? Well, you must have at least one. I guess defending? Defending? An unusual talent, but it'll do. A little jazzing up, of course. You think so? What's your guy's special talents? Apparently we all got one. What's your special talent? Defend! Just give it all you've got. Don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can't just defend him. Professional can perform anywhere. Thanks. We want people to be laughing with us. Not at us. Thanks. But I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. What? What exactly do you think you came here to do? What? defend... No? Excuse me, but do you know where you are? The Right and Co law offices, right? Oh. I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first. Look, what's going on here? Who are you? Came here to meet with the person in charge. Well, you're apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes. I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you should go read the sign up front again. What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you'll always come to the right place. I'm CeeJaey Wright, CEO. I'm a magician. And it all came flooding back. The trial, the girl. MVM's your talent. There's a reason you call you Harry Maguire. But I can't get into the Phoenix Wright series? It's a little goofy, I like it. Check out our flyer. What's your name? Apollo Justice, Attorney at Law. Oh. Whoa, that fork is floating. Not. Why'd you have a plate of plastic spaghetti? That right there is the whole reason I became a magician. Saw a plate just like that in a restaurant once. The floating fork looks so real, that's when I knew. Someday I'd make magic more amazing than that spaghetti. There are all sorts of strange paraphernalia sitting on top of the piano. Those are my magic props. Practice, practice, practice. Professional never leaves their weapons far from reach. Can't play the piano with all this junk on it. No one plays here anyway. And the neighbors complain. This Mr. Wright really can't play. An old sepia tinted photo of a man in a silk top hat. He's my favourite magician. I just want to be like him someday. It's going to be well over 100. How rude. Strange split box leers at me from the wall. There's one of those boxes for cutting people in half. That's right, this cabinet is used for an illusion called the zigzag. I've seen one on TV, but why is this one just sitting in your office? It's a little big for me, so I'm using it as furniture. Hats in the top, shirts in the middle, and pants down below. I think it's a nice touch, don't you? Top hat. A blue silk hat, just like the one CeeJaey is wearing. Don't wear it. Put it there so clients can see it and know who I am. Nothing says magician like a silk top hat. Oh, there's a parcel there? That's one of those hula hoop things everyone was crazy about way back when. I had no idea these were that popular. Not so bad one myself, actually. You guys hula hoop? I was spaghetti for floating fork. It was just explained! Were you not listening? It's one of those fake ones where it's plastic spaghetti in it, you know. Don't touch Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie? He's been in this office much longer than I have. Daddy's mentor had a great fondness for Mr. Charlie. He's lived there since Daddy was a rookie attorney. Right. Now I take care of him. All these legal books must be Mr. Wright's leftovers. There's a lot of unrelated books in here too. One trick a day, magic for idiots. I think a pro magician would aim a little higher. Coffee machine? Doesn't look very sturdy. Why would you have this? Because she's a magician. So you might think, but that's not it. Before your very eyes, the contents of the pot change. From Earl Grey to Darjeeling. Kinda have to see the difference, I think. We looked at everything? Don't want to miss anything. The voices. Yeah, the voices again. They're in my head. Yeah, I think we looked at everything. Court record. Wait, she's 15? See, he had a kid when he was 18? Holy shit. Who's the mum? Is it Maya from the original games or what? How do we go back, I guess? Present. I'm a lawyer. I've seen one of those before. That's an attorney's badge. Looks like just the one Daddy used to have. I take this badge, do this, and this. See? It's gone. Hey, give me my badge back. Just look in your pocket. Whoa. There's something in there? It's the flyer for your agency. Here's your badge. You can have your bag now. Mine would have been a kid when Tracy was born. I'm sure all will be explained. Move. Okay. Is this really a talent agency? You bet. Well, they started 7 years ago when you quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now. Does that include you? Tracy Wright, magician extraordinaire. Done a lot of stage shows, paid too. I am a professional, you know. Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? See, oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire. Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano? Agency doesn't see that as a problem. There are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. So you're Phoenix Wright's daughter. That's right. Daddy quit law 7 years ago. I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy. No, that's not how it works. "15? How old is Mr. Wright?" He's 33 this year. I'm sure there's a good explanation, I hope. Why Mr. Wright giving up law? It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it? You know about that? Not the details. I remember the news though, it was a big deal. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask him about it next time I get a chance. Give me a call this morning to come in. He's in the hospital? What the fuck? Strict bed rest until he gets better. The Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. She's going to be our sidekick, is she? Whoa, that's a lot of DVDs. Are you the Doctor? Dr. Hickfield's the name. Space Jam DVD, Space Jam DVD. He's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. Oh, what? Nonce, nonce, nonce. Why is he noncing after his daughter? It's an inspiring stack of DVD cases. The Steel Samurai, the Nickel Samurai, the Pink Princess, the Zappy Samurai Electric Bugaboo. They're all children's action heroes. This kid I know keeps sending them to me. Huh, like a niece or nephew? Something like that. Quite the collection. This kid's parents must be really generous with their allowance. It's really messy. Look how messy this is. You're just hopeless without me, aren't you? She's attempting to clean up. Look out. What can I say? I was raised in a barn. Try not to let word get out, Apollo, if you don't mind. Grape juice. Man's addicted to his grape juice. Deep sea mineral water. Switch the labels, don't tell truth. I've never had grape juice, I don't think, in my life. Hey, Jubats. Good morning, good morning. People call it wine. I guess, but like non-alcoholic grape juice? Grape juice. It's drinking seawater. His reports? Reports on what? It's a long story, like a lot of things actually. All of this would be helpful if people just explained all the stuff that happened in the past. You know? It's just wine. Okay. So he's just drinking bottles of wine in the hospital. Wouldn't want my fingers to get stiff. A pro always keeps his weapon close at hand. Shall I play you a tune? No thanks. So you're ready to get a chance to play. You've looked at everything? I like how, and when I say I like, I mean I don't like, how they've just not changed it from the DS version to like, feels a little unintuitive, but it's okay. I love his hat though. I didn't recognize him during the trial. I was like, huh? And they were like, Phoenix Wright. And I was like, what? That's him? I wonder what the time difference between the first trilogy and this is. He's an alcoholic? Maybe. Present him my badge. I'm a lawyer. It's been 7 years. I've forgotten a lot of things. Okay. What happened? So what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. Oh. You hit my car? Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Pictured me tossed 33 feet through the air, only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. Doesn't look too bad for it. My only injury was a sprained ankle. What the hell? You gave me instant flashbacks. Someone you knew in 2017 had him as a profile picture. Oh, really? Something doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Right. She's so big. Not fat, but you know what I mean. Oh, Trucy's still a child. Sometimes I have to remind you. I'm not a child anymore. Haha. Something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician. Right. She's a genius. So how did we not know he had a fucking kid in the first game then? I'm confused. We played a trilogy of games with this dude, like 70 hours, and not at one point is it ever mentioned that he has a child. And suddenly in the next game, he's banished from law. He's an alcoholic who plays the piano badly and has a 15-year-old daughter. Like, what the hell? I'm not saying daddy every time. Like, what the fuck? What the hell is this? You've come at the worst time. You should have come earlier when I was doing a Russian accent and a gangster accent during the trial, the murder trial. We've already cracked the first case. Now it's the interim where it's like, let's have some backstory and lore about the characters. Oh, by the way, I have a kid anyway. No, because the whole purpose of the story is like you learn stuff. Yeah, I had to do there was an accent because there was a Russian lady. And then it turns out she wasn't Russian. She was actually a scam artist. So I put on a bit of a, a little bit of an accent. I'm confused about what's going on here, but yeah. So why did you contact me? Give me some lawyering. I want to do some lawyerings. Help, we're in big trouble here at the office. Big. I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people and one of them is in the hospital. A symbiotic relationship? One falls, the other must fall too. What do you want me to do? I just want to do some lawyering. Now it's my Polly. Oh god, is that going to be her nickname for us? Polly. A client? Okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking. I'm going to defend in court. Let's do it. Alright, I'll hear what you have to say. Client. So here's the client. Take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint. Indochine? I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. Okay. So good luck. What? So you're the client. Once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. It was just a joke. He loves jokes. Such a jokester. Do look into my accident too, would you? People Park. What a name for a park. Remember in the previous game when he said, "I'm the Joker, baby"? Have you guys seen the Batman, like, stuff that's happened? There's like a new game that got released, and apparently when you launched the game, it already had like the game completed, so people could see the ending. So people are showing all of the ending, and people are unhappy with the ending. How long you planning on making me wait? What the fuck is this guy? Sounds like your pop's had a bit of a rough spot, eh? This is our client. Hey, so this is that Paulo fella, eh? Yes. Look at him there, arms all crossed like ready to fight. The boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me come down now, Paulo. Don't worry about your defense, I'm on it. Defense? Your noodle half cooked? It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed, my keep's been kept, my noodle stand's been stolen. You know Mr. Eldoon from the noodle stand, don't you? No, I don't know. You new in these parts? Not really. Then you know the best noodles in town, Eldoon's Noodles. Whose noodles? My noodles. Help me out here, Trucy doll. This is Mr. Guy Eldoon, our client. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoon. Yeah, his hair looks like noodles and his hat looks like a noodle thing. Anything for you, Trucy doll. Eldoon is noodle backwards. Who's this guy? So you run a noodle stand, Mr. Eldoon. Guy Eldoon's the name, and noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for a year and a half. That's not that long, really. My family's been noodle men for generations. Got a lot of expectation on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons. It's a pretty old noodle. I am food that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and I picked another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well. Oh, there was no denying. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy. So it was like destiny that you became what you are? Right, destiny's the word, and I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate. Not a mental image I care to linger on. So last year, I started my noodle stand. The 15th generation of Eldoon's Noodles. What is this accent? Fucking I don't know. There's a lot of reading in these games. Especially during the court cases. So I have to like... little pizzazz in there. Noodlese. Yeah. You'll never guess what Ekans is backwards. Snag! So tell me more about Eldoon's Noodles. You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I'll make them so salty while they're saltier than salt. No, I really don't want to find out. Danny's a regular noodle stand. He frequented my pop stand back during his attorney days too. Yep, him and his assistant. I'm sorry, I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny. Huh? Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl of now. What do you mean? It was stolen, my stand, gone. Stolen? It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. Okay. It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints. Hey, now you're trying to butter me up. It sounded more like the blues than a whistle. I closed up my stand for the night and I parked by the house. Then this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My keep, my castle. Oh! Maybe some bum caught it off. Just guessing. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there too. What about the one in his head? That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. No, anyhow, that's the deal. Good luck. Wait, what? What exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course, you make it so hot and salty, 2 bowls will kill a man. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. This is where I live. Drop by... Oh. Blah, 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 blah. He's got a salty noodle. Get it back today if you can't, Paulo. I got noodles to make. I want to be defending murderers. Well, not defending murderers. I want to find murderers. I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen. Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery? Well, someone stole a pair of my... I thought I was gonna be... Alright. So they were stolen. Her panties. That's a crying shame, that is, Trucy doll. I was lying in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry. When a thief came and took them. My favorites. Where's the dog there? Who's that? That's certainly brave of you. Without those, I don't know what I'll do. A darn crying shame, yep. I'm gonna suspect the doctor because he was giving nonce vibes, not gonna lie. Remember, find my stand or there's an empty bowl in your future, Paulo. Okay, I kind of want to investigate murders, but sure. I guess. First item on our list. Phoenix writes, his hit and run accident. We have to find the one who hit him. Who's going to pay us for this again? The second item, Mr. Aldoon's request. To find his stolen stand. For which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the last request is mine, to find your stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. To the streets. Is she gonna be as annoying as that other one in that other game? That little kid sidekick. Let's go to the scene. This is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car. According to the map, this is the place. What a huge mansion. There's a nice looking lady over there. Let's question her. Okay. What the fuck is going on over here? Oh! Oh, what the fuck is this? You want something? The husky voice. It's quite a house you've got there. You must have a lot of money. Ooh, money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is the Kinnacati family mansion, little girl. You kid with the hair, you want something? Me? Not a thing, bye. Can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? The Kitakati family? They're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town? Ooh. Okay. If you're gonna ask something, ask it. If you're man enough. Oh, okay. Wait, we're into shape, ma'am. I'm Plum. Plum Kitaki, wife of the fourth head of the Kitati family business. Friends call me Little Plum. I'm a little apologist. It's only a little. Just gets killed, this won't be a mass murderer. Okay. Slug lady voice. She's got no neck, yeah. The first lady you did was the lady from Monsters Inc. I'll have to save that for someone else, yeah. Hydrate and a dab? Okay, I haven't dabbed in ages. Okay. Should we examine first? What the fuck is going on here? There's paint splashed all over this gate. What a mess. Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit? That's right. And I'm left to clean up the mess. If you find whoever did this, bring the scoundrel by, would you? Of course, then you can make them clean up their own mess. Haha, you're cute. Naive but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some cleaning. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess. I wish I could say something like that. I'll bet you do. I'd laugh if my teeth weren't chattering so hard. Okay. So we've got buckets of paint knocked over. There's a damage there. What a big house, and the gate is so big. The Kitaki family is pretty big around here. I like the fox, it's so cute. Oh, that's our family crest from the old country. A family crest? We're clever as the fox, and our teeth are sharp. So it's like a motto. What's the matter with you? I'll pass, thanks. There's a dragon over there. A brightly painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? Those paints must have been to repaint this wall. That's right, I called in an artist to do the job right. He's the third so far. The third? The first will paint all over the entrance here, the second on my kimono. So No, don't tell me. It's better that I don't know. I think we've inspected everything, right? Okay. Let's see what she's got to say. Kitakis. Little Plum, that's a really cute name for someone so... Yes! How about you go through me when talking to her? Okay, Tracy? I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures. Oh, little girl, you should know. We're gangsters. Gangs? Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Please, I'm begging you here. You got a big mouth. The bad guys. I like the sound of that. Need some warm tea after this. It takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things ain't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys. So you're saying that business is in a slump? It's not going to ask about business if we can help it. Last night's accident. Do you like I Spy games? What do you mean by I Spy? Like when you say I Spy da-da-da? Of course you would know about it. Sorry to bother you. Wait. You're talking about that man, ain't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away? I should have known. One of our keepers thought he made... Oh, no, I've not played those ones. I'm always looking for more detective-like games. With less gumph in the middle of cases and just kind of straight to the point. In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up this mess since morning. Bah! Cleaning up this paint? Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident?
It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise. And found your father drowning in a sea of paint.
So you came to his rescue?
You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint, then turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see.
So that dragon is glaring at me. But why are you out here cleaning it up?
What do you mean?
I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please go through me.
Don't be such a stiff, lawyer boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. But we're community-orientated gangsters, you see. The boss likes to give back to the people, see?
How noble of him.
I availed myself of the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just the pain on the street to deal with.
Public facilities? What the fuck is going on over here? Okay, I think we're done with talking with her. Can we not look over that side? They've got puzzles too and a spooky vibe. Spooky puzzles. I like the sound of that. Yeah. Yeah, because I've played the Danganronpa series. I've played Zero Escape. I've played Somnium Files. And obviously I've played these ones. How do we go and look the other side? Is there a way? What if I move? No. So there's nothing else we can... Oh wait. Ah, that's how we do it. Ah! Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. I bet she has a story, you know? There is something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. Sus? Why is she rushing? Why is she rushing? Why is she rushing? What the fuck is his grandma doing? Hi Nymph, how you doing today? Okay, well, let's examine, I guess. Oh. There's a big trash can on the way into the park. I guess we could check it out. Detective's life sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney, but 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. Slippers. Slippers you get at the hospital. Doesn't this go on a car? Wing mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone. Should be the car that hit Mr. Right. Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing good. I have room in the pocket for 1. Which you want to take? Oh! Mirror or slippers? So she's taking the other one. There's some paint on the slippers in this trash can. Can you carry one thing at a time in my pocket? Yeah. Right, let's look at the items first. Hey. No clues? It's literally freaking paint. It's cut clean off. I wonder what's in there. How is it not going to be charged, is it? So there's nothing in there, basically. Let's take a look at the slippers. Pretty sure I could carry both. A leaf. It's a maple leaf. Looks like a leaf was stuck to the bottom when the wearer stepped in some yellow paint. So how long was left when the leaf was removed? The Maractus Clinic. People Park. Kind of an odd name for such an empty place. Wonder why it's named that. Something written on the gatepost. Donated by Big Winds Kitaki. Ah. A gangster building a park. Odd move for a crime boss. Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. Oh, I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous. Hey, miss. Stay out of the park. He got mad. Did something happen here, officer? No, move along. Nothing to see. You kids go play somewhere else. I'm not kids and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong? Detective Sky. We're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report. Oh, this is the detective. Why is she wearing a lab coat? I hardly want to comment on how people are dressed. These kids are curiosity seekers. They claim to be lawyers. I'm not a kid. I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. What the fuck? A dose of experimental hydro what now? Try to keep out the riffraff, if you would. Yes, ma'am. Let's see what this freaking grandma's doing. I smell an incident. Ma'am, there's no entrance to the park. Now don't you tell me where I can't go, young fella. I always walk through this park on my way home. Please get down from there. It's quite the determined old lady. Something happened here. Maybe there's been a murder. Immersive see it like you're already there? Exactly. I'm giving you the experience. Okay, so People Park. Can I ask you a question? What? What happened in the park across the street?
Oh yes, quite the commotion. It's Chicago lightning, as the boss would say.
Chicago, huh?
Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too.
You kidding?
What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the kid, even our house.
Something happened at your house, too?
A crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it?
Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Paul. So, what happened at your house?
Bloomers, last night.
Huh? Got a bad feeling about this.
Me, little Blumkataki, the victim of a panty snatcher.
What? It wasn't just my panties that were stolen?
Got you too, did they, poor thing? Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it?
Oh, of course not. Mercy.
I've heard word that pennies have been disappearing lately. And the missing pennies all have something in common.
So I have to imagine Tracy's and Miss Catty's panties having something much in common. Just imagine Miss Catty's panties. We'll find your bloomers too.
Great, show me what you're made of.
What have you got me into this time, Tracy? Oh, who the fuck's this? Hello? That girl from before.
Welcome home, sweetie.
Hello. I don't know what voice to do for her. Miss. Don't write anything, agency. Still Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright got hit by a car. 2 people had their panties stolen. Someone's been shot in the park. And someone stole a noodle bar. It's probably all connected. Bye. Why did you give her a flyer? Seems like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need help. I wouldn't be so sure. Okay. I think we've done everything here. Doesn't seem to be anything else. Oh, I could show her the slippers, I guess. No. Okay. Let's move. Let's go to the scene of the stand theft. So what's this place? This would be Mr. Eldoon's house, silly. So this is where his stand was stolen from. You see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. Hey. Look, there's a police car parked over there. You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? Where is this place? A hospital? It's the clinic! It's the fucking clinic on the shoes! That's where the thief went. The thief? The one who snatched my panties. He ran into this clinic last night. Maybe that police car is here to find my panties. I doubt it. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. There you are. Oh, it's this guy. Well, you find anything... What voice did I do for this guy? I can't remember. The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory bowl gets. Just remember that. This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. Let's examine. His house is... well, it's old. It's been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many years now. It's got character, though, just like my soup. I always thought character was a positive thing. I'm running out. I'm forgetting how to do the fucking voices. Dog! You done New York accent for the character so far. Good little sighty. I'm sure the dog has a real name, Tracy. Yep, sure does. Name's Spoon. And it's a she, by the way. Spoon doesn't seem so lively. She didn't get a bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing. I'm just getting the vibe that he's he's a New York kind of guy, you know? I can do other accents. You just wait. You gotta wait. We gotta find more characters. There's a bowl. Is this yours, Mr. Eldoon? Hey, that there's the heart and soul of Eldoon's noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty sure it's gonna taste just like noodles. It smell like noodles. Oh my, the bowl's got taken away with my stand. Get it back for me, sonny boy, I'm begging you. Bowl. You wanna hear a Netherlands accent? Where's the gabagool? I'll cook the gabagool in my bowl. And yeah, a Dutch accent. I did the Monsters Inc. slug accent. Mike Wazowski. Yeah. Yeah. Netherlands accent. How do a Dutch accent? I don't know how to do a Dutch accent. If I try and do Dutch, it's just going to come out Swedish. Swedish is very bouncy like this. Hello, I'm from Sweden. Dutch is more like German, but not German. How is Polish? My dad told a funny story the other day, actually, about Poland. He said that where he used to work, there was a lot of Polish people work there, and he was like the shift manager. And one day he was like, "Guys, I've got to ask you, like, who's this Kurva person you talk about all the time? Like you're always talking about Kurva, like, or calling for Kurva. Like, who is he? Like, is this a nickname for somebody? Like, who is it?" And they were like, they had to explain to him, Kurva, man. It's not a name. Yeah. Dutch accent. I'm trying to think of Dutch accent. I'm from the Netherlands. No, it's just go Swedish. It just goes Swedish. We have to practice. There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light. Save the light indeed. Mr. Alden's house is practically in the dark here. I guess the hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight. You have to do, like, if you want to do Dutch, it's like, sort of like this. Kind of like, yes, my name is Robin van Persie. I play football. You know? I don't know. It's like a... It's like... Okay, I the only way I can describe it is Portuguese is like... It sounds like the English version of Spanish to Portuguese. Sound like your jaw is stuck in place. It's how they talk. I could do a Sean Connery accent. Yes, Miss Moneypenny, shaken, not stirred. That's probably what I'm going for. But it's not that. It's, you know. Dutch accent. Gotta look it up. That's the same accent. My accents get mixed up. What can I say? Dutch person speaking. Easy Dutch. Hello. Hi. Goedemorgen. In the Netherlands, I'm from the Netherlands. I speak like this. I speak with this kind of accent. You know. This is cringe. It was YouTube. They were speaking, you know. No, I'll practice. What's this barrel of water? It's for noodles. Collecting rainwater to do the dishes. How environmentally conscious. He uses rainwater to cook his noodles and to make the broth, do you? I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Taste is his business, you know. That sign over there. Aldeans only use water from all natural sources. I think I'll take a rain check on eating him. No! That's quite a sign. I take it that's no as opposed to old. Oh, you like it? Oh, you like it? Made it myself, I did. I'm gonna write noodles but ran out of space. Prior planning prevents poor performance. Lucky for me, it spells a word all by itself and spruces up my image, it does. It does have a certain power of willful denial. There's like a vote thing here. This guy looks... What's under the top? That's the place right there. That's where I kept my stand, covered all nice and purdy with that blue tarp there. So you use this plastic sheet to cover your stand at night. You see, what did you figure out was stolen? Well, no, but it's just that the thief knew what he or she was looking for. They clearly knew what was under the sheet. So it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatchers. Not bad, sonny boy, not bad at all. Speaking Dutch in an English accent, that's not English in the Ducks. But then I tried to continue it, you know? Master the new... You think I've mastered it? Thank you, thank you. That's all I need. I mean, I thought I did the gangster one pretty good, you know? Okay, I think that's everything here. Except... Oh, wait. I didn't mean to do that. Skip. So you got a police car. I understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders. No going into the clinic today. Did something happen? Nothing to see here. Move along. Do we look the right age to be playing doctor? Why does it say 3 shots for the price of 1 at the top? Outside a clinic. Oh, shots as in like vaccinations, right? I thought it meant like shots as in, you know, drinking. Get 3 vodkas for the price of 1. 3 vodkas. Ooh, now's our chance, Apollo. Chance for what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty business-minded. The doorway sure is sparkly. The Maractus Clinic, huh? Looks more like a casino parlor than a hospital. They must be quite profitable. Funny, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today? Can't go in. There's a freaking red carpet to a clinic. Capitalist clinic. There's nothing else around here. Okay. Let's talk to this guy. So your stand, Aldoon's Noodles, was it? Aye, passed down from my father to son. That stand seen his share of salt, Salt runs in the family, you might say. I bet high blood pressure does too. So your stand, Aldoon's Noodles, was stolen. Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost these wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stain sign. I didn't just lose a stand, I lost a legend. No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend. Not about time we bought a new one anyway. Are there any more details you could give me about the stand? You bet, sonny boy, it happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town I was. The smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m. I reckon. Now I'm turning into a farmer accent. I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease. Then I went inside. When did you notice it had been stolen? Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early. How many people eat noodles for breakfast? I'm washed up on the salty shores of ruination. That stand had my whole life in it. Named my whole being. They took everything? All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams. They still have one bowl. Look, there on the ground. If you don't find that stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl, my last bowl. He's got a bowl in his head. Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is. That's it, that's where the thief who snatched my panties ran to. It's a crying shame, that is. They have to steal, make it my loincloth, not some pretty girl's panties. The garage, right? You don't think their thief lives here, do you? I won't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor. Do I detect a little animosity here? Make sure to check out that garage thoroughly. Alrighty. Do you think something happened next door? There's a police car up front. Probably gave someone food poisoning, I'll bet. Anyone's at risk of giving food poisoning. That police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me, the neighbor. Feh,
Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what was coming to him.
The wrong crowd?
Never you mind about that.
Do you think he works for the gangsters? Should we look at the garage then? Oh, he looks at it, but... Well, you can't examine anymore. I meant the doors. Yeah. Show him the ball. You give more information. Okay. Don't get any information from that. Okay. Oh, we can go inside the garage. There we go. This is Skellington! Ooh. Jump scare. This is the place. This is where the panty snatcher went. You sure? Maybe. Let's look for clues. To a panty snatching. Like a pair of panties. There's a face there as well. Can you see it in the lower left? That's creepy. Can you still see panties? Alright. Let's get exam. Oh my fucking god. This is the cat. There's a cat. Meow. A kitty cat. Any meows? It's not coming down. You do look kind of suspicious, you have to admit. Okay. There's a missing thing there. There's a phone. There's a skeleton. It's like a skeleton. Someone's there. Oh, it's just a gold-painted human skeleton. Just a human skeleton and painted in gold. It's a mannequin hand waving to us from the box behind the skeleton. This place just screams hospital storage, don't you think? Screams something, that's for sure. A ladder. Look, it's a folding ladder. Polly, that's called a step ladder. Come on. Oh my god. Every single one of these games has a freaking achievement for finding every ladder in the game. And listening to them explain what a ladder is. Yeah. Because every single time you find a ladder, you're like, hey, look, it's a ladder. And then the other character that you're with is like, actually, it's a step ladder. And then they have an argument over what kind of ladder it is. Every single one of the games has that, and you have to find all the ladders. Hang on one sec. Yeah. Display. So this is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which, God, I played that 2.5 years ago. This is the This is the original Phoenix Wright one, which is the trilogy with the 3 games, and there's an achievement there. Get every ladder versus step ladder conversation in the trilogy. Like, it's, yeah. I don't know, it's like a meme. So where's the difference? I don't fucking know. I don't know and I don't care. So yeah, we've got to check that. Okay, so we can't look at any of this. Look at the vent. Sus. I want to look at this. Something about this car. Let's take a closer look. I think a ladder is just like a straight ladder like that, whereas a step ladder is when it's got that, and it's got like a bridge in between. Oh, can you guys hear my stomach rumbling? I'm really hungry. A clue? Let's see. I don't have the evidence because we left it at the fucking bin, didn't we? Okay, let's check the phone. Cell phone. There's something in the exhaust pipe as well. If the car moved, it would be crashed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor. I should bring it to him later. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. Apparently, there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. The piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case. I think I remember that one. Wow. Remember that case record whenever I'm checking a car. And I always check the tailpipe. Everyone's got to have a hobby, I guess. Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey, there's something in there. What? Wait a second. Are these your... Ah, my panties. Already? Thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing. Really, don't mention it. I'm serious. I'm really impressed. You must have a nose for finding girls' panties. What are those? They've come home to mama. You're gonna put them on now? Watch closely. Nothing in the panties. Ta-da! Where'd that come from? Well, bold to get in your panties. Or an extra-dimensional space. Anything can fit in there. Magic panties is one of my best tricks. Magic panties? They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly. They're a prop? You could have told me a little sooner. It's a prop for performing magic. It's one case closed. What are you saying? You still have to catch the sly devil that ran off with them. Okay. We need to go collect the... Go get the wing mirror from here. And then present it when we're doing this. I don't like the idea that we're going to have to collect bits of evidence and only have it one at a time or something. It's a little bit cringe. Talk to the cat again. He's just staring at us. He's observing. The cat did it. Alright, I need to... It's just a little guy.
Take that!
Take that! My clue is this. It's the same color and size and everything. A perfect match. Guess we could check it out. Alright, let's just... It's the wrong side though. I think it is, yeah. You put the pro in professional. Gee, thanks. Now we've solved this case, we should go report. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long, knowing him. Yeah, I think it's the wrong side. But I guess they need to... I don't know. Wait. No. No, it's the right side. Talk to the cat. Just as the same dialogue as before. Okay. Let's move. Where is he? Can we talk to her about anything? We can, but I don't think we need to. Yo, how goes it? Good to have you youngins on the case. Let's old daddy'll get some R&R. The elderly need their rest. Yeah, exactly. See that? Only 33. It's not old. Oh. Progress report. Uh-huh. Did you find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? The 30-foot what now? Huh? I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic. Maybe something happened. What is this Merrick's clinic anyway? Well, I've heard of the rumors. That clinic's been making good money. In a bad way. Bad? Ties to organized crime? The Kentucky family? Yeehaw! Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, so you use the Maractus clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. If we get the Kentucky people, we're gonna have to give them a Texas accent or something. Looked like something had happened in that park. A body was found there in unusual circumstances. It's not our concern in any case. Hit him up for some reparations. Ooh. You solved the case of your accident and found a missing article of clothing. When do we get paid? That leaves the noodle stand. Eh? Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help with anything not involving money. Goodbye, quid pro quo. Hello, pro bono. Sometimes there's just nothing like worth talking about. I do read a dagger. What do you mean? Oh shit! It's her. You're the woman from the Kitaki place. Yes. I knew it. Something's the matter and you want to help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please. Thank you. My name's Alita. I've got a request. Okay. Your request. Let me guess. Something's been stolen? Your flyer. It says now defending. I can't do that. You mean you want me to defend you? Me? Maybe you can tell us what happened. Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand? Or your panties? No. I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiance, I suppose you'd call him. Fiance? What happened to him then? He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder. Murder. Have you heard about what happened at the park? No. So what's your story? Do you frequent the Kitaki Mansion? Are you a member of their organization? You see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son. The boss's son? So he's a gangster. But the Kitakis are locally responsible gangsters. Thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good gangster life. I like the sound of Mrs. Kitaki. What happened? I haven't been told all the details, but I do know a body was found in the park, near the Kitaki Mansion. There are a lot of police cars there. Apparently the victim was shot with a pistol, but I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual. And your fiancé was arrested for this? What sort of person is your fiancé? Fiancé is the Kitaki family's only son, correct? His name's Waki Kitaki. I brought a photo. He's a furry! He can be powerful and menacing. But if he's the boss's only son, sure will take his father's place someday. Please help my Waki, please. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent. Read the letter of request, I know you need those. Nice. Let's go check out the scene of the crime. I really need to go pee. So I'm going to finish my drink. I'm going to go pee. And I'm going to go get another drink. Because you got to stay hydrated, gang. All of you should take a drink as well. Alright, I'll be right back. Damn, it looks like the spear is kind of OP. 18 kill streak? Can people just not die with the spear or something? Oh, and you're really tiny emote as well? It's farming. Damn. It's carnage. It's carnage. It used to be that the bow was the most powerful one because you could just kill everybody. But having the spear means, like, you're not taking any damage because you're such a small emote. That seems so broken. I'll have to come back. I'll have to come back later. I'm so chilly, guys. I'm so freaking cold. Heating doesn't come on for like 2 hours. Alright, we'll check in on that later. No socks? My feet aren't cold. Oh, I don't know. Everything's cold. Because she's staring into my soul. And where are we going? We're going to the park. Detention center. I got a blanket on my legs. For Laura, this is it. The place where the battle begins. You need something? I'll have to come back later. Okay. I'm not even sure he's breathing. Okay, where do we go? So this is it, my first murder crime scene. We're not playing. We're investigating. Let me in. Letter of request here. Letter of huh? Or does it say hit request on it? Excuse me, coming through. Mr. Who's this guy? Bruh. Bruh. Ah, Fräulein. What is this sweet monster like you in such a dismal place? Is he German? Oh nein, I have to use my German accent, yeah? You must be exhausted standing out here. I'll take you to the scene of the crime. Really? By your leave, officer. Yeah, yes, sir. Of course, sir. Haha, very well. This way, Fräulein. I mean, he's saying Fraulein, so I assume he's German. Hey, what about me? Scene of the crime. The noodles bar. On that note, enjoy your investigation. Thank you. We see you again. Ask the wind, Fraulein. I'll be riding on it. Who the fuck is this guy? He looks exactly like the guy we just put in jail. Who's that? A corpse. What? Just a mannequin. Might I explain exactly what it is you're doing here? Oh, is this woman again? How did you get in here? Glamorous fop always getting in the way. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me, we have a letter of request. I recognize that handwriting anyway. Scientific analysis says this was written by Alita Tiala. Took you 30 minutes to figure that out? So what's up with the mannequin here? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. The body was pulling the stand? So you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Skye, I'm in charge of this crime scene. She doesn't seem that happy about it. She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. In case of what? Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. We need to investigate. Investigations have been carried out by professionals, scientifically. She's not gonna let us check out film. So I need to talk to her to like let that stand. Yeah, no, it's the stand. Aldoon's. It says Aldoon. We've solved the case of the missing stand, at least. Though the circumstances could stand to be better. The knife. There's a knife! Okay, let's talk to her, I guess. Detective Skye. Quiet, please. It's snack time. The hell is she eating? Gravel? She must not be very busy. I seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't give me the position I requested. And then I hear that he gave up the defense attorney life. He? Who's he? Phoenix Wright. Quiet, please. It's... What if I show her something? She doesn't want to look at anything. Try and ask the last thing. Should we go back to Phoenix? And be like, hey, there's this person who, like, is in love with you. Exactly. I knew it. Learn some problems? Do you want to tell him something? Hey, me? No. Got a defense request. That is a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was for me. Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose. I know it. So what about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Eldoon noodle stand at the scene of the crime. Did you know? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. Yeah, it's Phoenix, right? And that girl is his daughter. Alaka? I think she'd be involved with this. You could say that. How do you know her? You know her, don't you? I met her in a case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. Was she in one of the previous games? He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? Do you know him? I guess he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother. His brother? We're acquaintances after a fashion. Clavier Gavin, rock and roll good incarnate. Clavier. Yeah, what was he doing there? Feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. What was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park. The detective woman won't let us. Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Taking that to the detective. Nobody knows what I think it is. Okay. It's like dusting for fingerprints or something? There we go. Did she lick coke out of her daddy's stash? Yeah, pretty much. No, I'm pretty sure it's a mysterious white powder. Pretty sure it's dusting for fingerprints. I'm pretty sure this woman was in one of the previous games, and she's the one that teaches you like forensic stuff. I think. It was a long time ago I played it. Did this ring any bells? Ah! Is that? It couldn't. Where did you get that? I bought it from the office. You work at the Wright & Co. Law Office, yes? Yeah, sort of. Detective Sky, how do you know my dad? I'm sorry. Who did you say you were? Tracy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter. What? Mr. Wright has a daughter? Seems shocked. Everyone's fucking shocked because he never mentioned it in the previous game. She was an extra in the first case. The lab coach must be smart. Yeah, she's a scientist detective. She was the extra in the extra case of the first case. Her older sister being tried for murder. Right, okay. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. A memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. Wipe out her memories? Well, dust for Prince. She's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. Okay. Can I examine the crime scene now, please? This mannequin is dressed up to look like a police officer. I've seen one at the station. Mannequin in place of a body. The body of the victim has already been removed. Do you think the victim was the noodle stand thief? You think someone killed him because he stole it? Yeah. Taking care of business. Little Plum Kitaki style. Trying to sound too eager. It's a knife! It's a freaking big knife. It's a knife. A shiv, to be precise. Lingo. The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of known gangsters. The police are assuming this belongs to him. Wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? There's a handprint on this shiv. Fingerprint time. Let's investigate. Here's the fingerprint you want to examine. There's a few. Blow. I'm guessing you used to use the microphone on the DS. Fingerprint. There's something you want to. Yep, that's his fingerprint. The power of science. The real fight is yet to come. Okay, I'm focused. I'm ready. No, got it. Okay. There's a bin. Underwear. That's the underwear from the other woman, right? Bloom is added. Benches line the river running through the park. Little urban oasis. I bet children come here to splash around in the water. Really? And a little day, yeah. Do I have a daughter? No. Which means I think he stuck it in the victim. It's not looking good for our guy. New types have been placed on the ground around the stand. don't think there's anything else to investigate, examine. So let's talk about this. The report came in late last night. The body was found much as you see it now, except it was a real body. But why? Why was the body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. What was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. Pistol? Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Pal Maractis. Let's read the autopsy report, in fact. Oh, is that the name of the doctor? What's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off, pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me. You know where the stand came from? Unlikely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know. We do know where the noodle stand came from. Noodle stand's owner is Guy Aldoon.
Take that!
Take that! Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Aldoon's Noodles, Mr. Aldoon himself. He's famous in this part of town. Guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. Saved me a lot of work, thanks. What sort of person was the victim anyway? I mean, what did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? I'm starting to see a connection here. I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene. Detective Sky. I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was studying in Europe. Forensic scientist, mind you. When I got back here, they threw me in criminal affairs, just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensic expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Wasn't she in high school when she left? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. But Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. I had no idea. She's been out of the country for a while. She probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yes? Waki Kitaki. I don't know if he is the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around violently in the detention center. I see. Why was he arrested in the first place? You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his by any chance. Actually, yes I am. We have a witness to the moment of the crime. Yeah? The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. What? Could you tell us a little bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently he's the physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off too, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is the Maractis Clinic. Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there. You've been to the clinic? Yeah, though on a related issue. I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. I see. So that means Dr. Maractis stole the stand and pulled it all the way out here? That would seem to be the case. But why? So have you met the defendant? No. Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. Sorry. I've got a bad feeling about this. Okay, let's go to the detention center.
3 minutes. The father? You mean... no. Winfred Big wins Kitaki. Oh, they're arguing. Whoa, this guy radiates power. With a cute apron. You Waki's lawyer? Yes, sir. Well, I'm Big Wins Kitaki, fourth head of the Kitaki family, capiche? Wait, he said capiche? Is he Italian? My son's innocent. He killed no one. If you were found guilty, it wouldn't be so good. Capiche? Yes. I'm all about capiching. Capiching loud and clear. You gotta more than understand and make it. You'll learn, though. Even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life. That feels so good. You know I wanted to go to the clink. I like it here. You must be walking. A G's not a G till he does it on time, but Zoe. Things will change. Silence. My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy. Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that. Ha! You can't take me under your wing, old man. You heard me. I don't need no trial. I did it. I think that's enough for one day, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow. So much for talking to our client. We've made so much progress today. We even found my bounties. I had fun. The biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial? It's time for my show. Performing at the Wonder Bar to be continued. Yes. You can play a bit more. Mr. Wright's not here today. Today's old foot injury was acting up. Old injury? He was all smiles yesterday. Yeah, he smiled when he said we'd be fine as long as you're there, Trucy. Fine, we'll be fine. Here comes justice. Voice training at 5? My name is Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Would I wear that fox apron? Probably not, no. I got my own aprons. Good morning. Yo, sup? Hit me with the guilty verdict, G. See if I can. You just hang loose and let things go with the flow, you know what I'm saying? Not really. Lucky, don't be running your mouth like that in here. See, that's the difference between me and you, old man. I ain't afraid of no cops. Real G's can't keep it real till they spend some odd time in the pen. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Something about my voice training too. My worst fears realized. The trial's starting and I still haven't had a real talk with my client. And he wants to go? He wants to be guilty? Court is now in session. He's the prosecutor. Mr. Gavin's brother. Long time no see, Prosecutor Gavin. Were you taking leave of absence? You know that little band I started in my free time? Thing is, you got too popular. Hard to say 9 when your fans are 3 of your singles. Something. Feared that you might not still be distraught over that one trial. Not to worry, Herr Judge. I won't admit this in a damn court for the world. It's worth even more when your VIPs come to my concert, yeah?
How could I pass on a chance to see the true strengths of the little boy who bested my brother? It was worth cancelling a show or two. Understood. Opening statements. Before that, I was thinking, is the air in this courtroom not a bit serious? It is a court of law. There's no way to get the crowd jumping, Herr Judge. I'm not supposed to jump, this is a courtroom. Achtung, baby! Tonight we played my way. What's that noise? Sometimes you have to get up on in order to get down to prosecuting. This is crazy. The victim, Paul Maractis, director of the Maractis Clinic. The scene, People Park. He was found guilty pulling a noodle stand. What in the world was a doctor pulling a noodle stand? Yes, I believe you will only find that out by asking the defendant right here, right now. Because it's an undeniable truth that he shot the victim. What do you mean, undeniable? If you are to glare at anyone, Her Justice, glare at the punk in the defendant's chair. His crime was witnessed quite clearly, you see. Very well. Please admit this witness to the court. This dude. 9, not yet. First, there is a little matter to be cleaned up. Could you talk without the accompaniment? So I could see the guitar for a second. What is it, Prosecutor Gavin? The motive, Herr Judge. Why did the little punk do it? Why did he kill the director of the Maractis Clinic? Objection! Not so fast. The defendant doesn't have to explain that. Oh, but what if the defendant specifically requests to do so, as he did this morning? I want to give the shout out to all my homies, I believe he said. What? What is right? They always say that on stage, you should hit the crowd with speed and ferocity. It's like, has he got you good, huh, Polly? This is highly unusual, but the court will now hear from the defendant concerning his motive in the crime. Are the defendant walkie, are you? Ain't your son, old man. You step to a Kentucky, you best be prepared to step strong. You step to a public official, you best prepare to step into jail. You get to hand it to him. Walkie sure has guts. Someone's guts I'm worried about. Well then, the court will now hear testimony on the defendant's motive. From the defendant himself. His truth. I'll tell you one thing, that doctor was a quacker. Something had to show him what's what. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up something bad and then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. So I gotta go in, get another doctor to patch me up again. That was the day I done figured it out. No OG's gonna let that pass. That's why I went to his pad that night. Know what I'm saying? You're saying you were one of the victim's patients. A lot of stuff goes down when you're keeping it real on the street. True that. I'll tell you one thing, that doc was whack. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Can't believe this is the first time I'm hearing about all of this. Okay, let's cross-examine. First of all, the word you're looking for is quack. And isn't that a little harsh? He's your family doctor. Who asked you, pointy locks? So who do you think you are? Your lawyer? Look, I ain't trying to hear that. He was a quacker, plain and simple. By someone, you mean... Was there anyone with a score to settle with this doctor besides you? You better ask somebody else, Holmes. What do I care? I made up my own mind and I did what had to be done, straight gangster style. But why were you so mad at this doctor? Sit back and listen while I drop it, J-Man. Hey, Rockerblade, what's up? So you were a patient at the Maractis Clinic half a year ago. For what reason? I had what you might call a mark of honor. Can you explain precisely what was wrong? We had a little run-in with the Rivales family. That's when I pulled a jack move. Oh. and ran into an ambush. G busted a cat right in me. According to my sources, you couldn't stand the stress of waiting and ran in 15 minutes before the appointed time by yourself. Hey, I was more than a match for those guys. So you were carried to the Maractus clinic from there. Apparently, he was shot in the heart. The fuck? How did he not die? Shot in the heart. Shot through the heart. You're too late. I can catch bullets between my teeth, but I can never learn how to catch them with my heart. The bullet stopped just sort of my thumper, you know what I'm saying? Would have been golden if it weren't for that whack dog. Can't even take out a stupid bullet. So as you said, the surgery was a failure. That ain't half of it, Holmes.
Hold it!
What do you mean he just let you go without a word? What do you think it means? It's whack, that's what. I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds bad. Sounds as though her doctor wished to hide his mistake. This is why he let the defendant go. He's a liar straight up. He a better G than me.
Hold it!
So this bullet is still... You know it. I can still feel it. Right there in my chest, pressing up against my heart. Your words are like a bullet struck straight into my heart. Or something to that effect. Incidentally, that's from one of our hit singles. That sounds like a straightforward case of malpractice. Word, J-Man. With no accident, that's for shizzle. Seems like there were issues with this doctor. Man, putting him down was like doing the world a favor. Rocky, please consult your lawyer before saying things like that. Chin up, Apollo. Back straight. Why did this make any come to light that day? It was found during the family health checkup. The family checkup? That was the wackest thing of all. Us G's lining up taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away, bizoy. A relief to hear. Hey? What's a relief? Oh, did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart, if not attended to immediately, it could kill you. What? Yes, Herr Dr. Maractus had knowledge concerning this ticking time bomb in you. Knowledge that could have saved your life. No way, that's whacked. There is proof. Your checkup report. Okay. How ironic you would kill the one man capable of helping you. You're almost as careless as he was. Ha ha ha. Well, now that place is hopping. Let's get this gig started. Started? We've had enough of a warm-up, actually. Time to hear from the witness. Well, he sure is quiet all of a sudden. I'm a little uneasy myself. This is Gavin's strategy? Who the fuck is this? So, you will tell us your name and occupation. This guy's posh, I bet. My name is Wesley Stickler. By occupation, I take it you refer to some profits at large and supports the livelihood under which deficient information confess to being unemployed. However, we must acknowledge the meaning of identity which is commonly attached to this notion of occupation, and once we have accepted this reality, we see that our confusion is not gestalt per se, but derives instead from the vagueness inherent in all representations of thought. By which he means to say that he is a student. A junior at Ivy University, if I'm not mistaken? Yes, in the Department of Science and Engineering. Filled with curiosity for all things, I spend my days in pursuit of truth, honing my... Stickler, please direct your curiosity to the case at hand today. Very well, Mr. Stickler. Please testify to the court about what you saw on the night of the crime. You ask quite simplistically what I saw. However, you must understand that Homo sapiens has two eyes that is designed to receive and interpret data, sending messages of... This guy is a yapper. That night, I passed through the park on my way home from shopping, when I saw them. One man pulling a stand, another man facing him. I saw them quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant.
In his hand he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. A shot! The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in the forehead. You'd have an Oxford accent? Yeah. Posh English accent. Is there anywhere else in the park? I can say with 100% accuracy that there was not. The pistol was our witness. Our pistol? Forgot the accent. Okay, pistol. Two rounds were fired. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may cross-examine the witness. Why are you staring like that at the witness? That man. I can't help but feel I've seen him somewhere before. Interesting. Cross-examination.
Hold it!
On the way home from shopping, you say, why go through the park? Ah, a fascinating inquiry. Revealing me culpable of being insufficiently verbose. Let's consider the time saved by passing through the park on the way home from the store. In that time, I am capable of solving 2 GMAT problem sets. On average, it requires me 3 minutes, 24 seconds to complete one. Ergo, the time to complete 2 is on average 6 minutes, 48 seconds. However, in the time that questions, in the verbal category, admittedly not. That's enough. Enough. I get the idea. Mr. Justice, the court hopes to finish cross-examining sometimes this month. Please have a recording booked after this trial. I've got a show to work on. Were these men talking by any chance? Ah, now that you mention it, they were, though. I cannot claim I heard them clearly. Only fragments, such as, you lied to me. Oh, and I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine, pal. Ha ha ha. It's just as our defendant claims. I believe he wished to teach the victim what it felt like to take a bullet to the heart. That's true, then this is a vital piece of testimony. No, shit. Sounds like he heard them clearly enough to me. Hold it. Might I be allowed to amend my testimony? Is this your first playthrough of the Ace Attorney series or just of this remake? Just of this remake. I've played all the ones that came on PC. So I've played the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. I've played the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, the 2 games in that. And now this is my first time playing through this game. What now? To be precise, he did not say pal, but man. Yes, that was the way of it. I swear it on my diploma. What's the difference? And this other man who was here. First player for this series. Yeah, I've not played the Apollo Justice games before.
Hold it!
How can you be so sure it was the defendant? The crime took place at night. It would have been too dark. Perhaps I was remiss in not mentioning this earlier. You see, in class, I always sit in the very backmost seat. Do you know why? Who cares? Because I do not wish anyone to copy my perfect notes. And this relates to your testimony, how? I mention this to illustrate my predisposition to that which is perfect. It was dark, you say? Yes, there are lights in the park. If I say the defendant was in the park that night, then he was in the park that night. It is a hard, immutable fact. Sure is confident. Seems to be telling the truth, too. Are you enjoying this one so far? Yeah, I am. I've only done the first... I mean, this is the second episode of the first game, so... Yeah. I'm enjoying it. Are you sure the pistol you saw is the same as the one submitted as evidence? Am I sure? Surely you jest. Or so a common witness would be tempted to say. Huh? Yet I am no common witness. I see not only events as they are, but the logical structure governing these events. First, we must consider the fact that it was night in the park, which indeed revealed my vision due to the investigation levels of illumination. Now, if we consider that the pistol, let's call it Object A, was indeed shrouded in darkness, it becomes difficult to say with certainty that Object A was indeed Object A.
You're going to be getting this game after you beat Spirit of Justice in 3DS? Oh, really? Yeah. I think he means he couldn't see it that clearly. My badge for a normal witness. The fact that the pistol was fired before my eyes is indisputable. I can still see it when I close my eyes. The defendant raised his weapon. A shot!
Hold it!
Are you absolutely certain only one shot was fired? Yes, of course it was one shot. Why do you ask? Aha, a contradiction, finally. Mr. Stickler, according to the court record, the pistol was fired twice. A clear contradiction. Good eyes, Her Justice. You're cool, real cool. Huh? You really think so? Yet, there is no reason why this other shot had to be fired that night. Meaning? This pistol came from the Kitaki family mansion, yeah? I think it's not unreasonable to assume the pistol had been fired once before that night. During, perhaps, another altercation. Ugh, he's got a point. Judging from his smug expression, I'd say Prosecutor Gavin had that answer ready before you even spotted the problem. Seems pretty confident in his testimony. Always make the biggest mistakes when we are most confident. He's got a weak point somewhere. Apollo, find it. Better give that testimony another listen. Okay. Let's take a look at the evidence we've got. It says here right temple, where he says in the forehead. You're gonna play some more later. Oh, enjoy. Yeah, I do like these games. It is a big time. It is a big time investment, but yeah. But they are enjoyable. I think this is the thingy. I'm gonna save just in case I fuck up. Loving this one for 5 now. Yes, I mean the original, the other games on PC. So Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. That took me 73.5 hours to do everything in the game. Then, well, I mean all 3 games. And then the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which was 2 games, that took 78 hours. So this one has 3 games as well, the trilogy. And I've been live for 5 hours, and we're on episode 2 of game 1. So yeah, it's probably gonna be another long one. Yeah, I do like investigation games like this. Square in the forehead. No, that's not right. Presents this. Objection! That's all of it. I think I have a chance. Is that you relaxing, I hear, Sir Justice? Oh, objection! My favorite game in the series so far? That's really tough. I really like all of them. I don't think I can... Like, I played them, like, 2020, I think was the first one I played. So, it's quite a while ago. So, I liked all of them, really. I don't think any of them stood out to me as especially weak, but I really liked, like, the storylines and everything. It would be cool to have Professor Layton stuff on. I've never played those either. The autopsy report. Is there a problem with the autopsy report? Yes, the problem is the location of the entry wound. You testified that the killer shot the victim square in the forehead, did you not? Ah, I have already determined your angle of inquiry. Allow me to explain. It is quite simple, really. First, understand that when I say square, I speak not of geometric absolute. What do I mean by this? For example, the deflection of a meter is the wavelength of the light emitted by a krypton particle, as we all know. It is a well-known fact that krypton particles are rare and invisible to the naked eye, which points to a basic fallacy and line of reasoning, namely that... Yes. What's your objection to these krypton particle things? This is the big time. You're obsessed with something so small, you disappoint me. I'm obsessed with something big. There's a bigger, less nitpicky problem here. The location of the entry was the right temple. Temple? Mr. Stickler, you said quite clearly that the victim was shot square in the forehead. That's a contradiction, isn't it?
Objection!
I usually like the end cases where everything gets put together in terms of the over storyline as well. The tactics are outdated. Surely you haven't forgotten the fatal wound your master suffered 7 years ago? Phoenix right, was it? Look, I know the wound was in the wrong place according to the testimony. Oh, he's gonna cry. Her forehead. Just imagine you're walking through the park. You'll see two men facing each other, one with a pistol trained on the other. What would you do, her forehead? I would try to stop them. I'd probably shout stop. And you, Fraulein? Me? Probably scream. And you, Herr Stickler. What did you shout, I wonder? Victim turned the head at his last moment. Ah, yes. Thank you for jogging my memory. Can you really just plant ideas into witnesses' heads? I don't know. Sus to me. Sus. Underhand tactics. As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action. Cease this at once, you two, I cried with composure. The victim turned in the direction of my voice, and a shot rang out. Whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. Maybe the criminal would have actually fired if he hadn't shouted like that. Let us consider this new testimony, shall we? Observe the diagram if you would. The witness, Mr. Stickler, was it, stood here. He shouted, "Oh, stop, please," or something of this nature, and the victim responded by looking in the witness's direction. If the killer were to have fired at just that moment, as we can see, the bullet would have struck the right temple as in the report. Doesn't seem to be the case. Witness the power of a junior of Ivy League University's department. Blah, 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 blah. And cross-examine the witness, alright. Memorable case? God, I can't remember. I'm sorry. My memory's not great. I just remember at the time I really enjoyed the games and I really enjoyed all the cases. But in terms of details, I'd have to refresh my memory with them, you know. So you saw a raised pistol. Weren't you frightened? It can be said we students of Ivy University know no fear. The moment I saw that pistol, my inner sense of justice compelled me to take action. That was certainly brave of you. You might have gotten shot. Huh? You certainly were lucky. If I were in the killer's shoes, I certainly wouldn't have left a witness behind. Actually, looks like he had no idea he was in danger. Regardless, I attempted to halt the bloodshed. This is the only Apollo Justice Trilogy game we haven't played. Oh, really? I mean, the game's on Steam for like 30, I think it's like 30 euros or something. And you get all 3 games remastered, so... if you fancy replaying all of them and having this one. Are you sure both men were able to hear your voice? They were, of course. My high, exquisite voice echoed through the park. And the victim responded to that clarion call. Quite. Did you hear the gunshot at the same time as the victim turned? Indeed, I would say about the same time to be precise. And the victim didn't ask you for help? It can be said that he didn't have time to ask. He didn't have time to take a single step. Fairly sure that the killer fired because Mr. Stickler startled him. Is that the too loud, Trucy, please? Can you describe the killer's actions more clearly? He seemed quite surprised, especially considering that it was he who did the deed. As we can see, human psychology is a tangled web indeed. He simply couldn't believe what he had done. He shot, he panicked, a common tale, but true. Unfortunately, before I could take further action... You didn't try to apprehend the criminal? It all happened so fast, I'm afraid I hadn't the time. And something about that struck you as odd, Apollo? What? The killer was in a hurry, right? He fired the pistol and tossed it right away? According to the testimony, that's what happened, yes. In that case, I'd expect to find something that we didn't find. Find what? I like that contradiction. Kind of sad to see it go. Not as sad as I feel. What do we do now? I haven't even looked at this. Okay. I'm sure that'll become relevant later. Fingerprints were wiped. If you just threw it away, we'd have fingerprints on it. Wait a second. Another misleading request. Yet you're so beholden to your own mode of discourse, you can't see how it affects you. Come again? Wait a second, you say? A second? How we intended to wait just that, a single second, 1/60th of a minute? That's hardly enough time to draw a breath, let alone make a statement in court. Now, had you asked for a longer period of time, say 3 minutes, 35 seconds... I understand you're objecting to the length of it. Just look at the pistol. It doesn't have a single fingerprint on it. A common ploy made all the more common, I fear, by the prevalence of television. Criminals these days are loath to leave fingerprints. But you said the killer tossed the gun and ran. That's right. He didn't have time to wipe the gun for prints. Ah, the little girl sticking into the university student. There's a song in there. I'm not little. Ha ha ha. Then let's think like adults, shall we, Fraulein? What if the killer, the defendant, was wearing gloves? Well, Mr. Justice, could the killer have been wearing gloves? No way. Because... the knife has his prints on it as well. Right? So, either he had prints on that or not, you know? The record of murder weapon is very clear about one thing. The fingerprints were wiped, which means someone some trace of prints remained, which contradicts your testimony. If everything happened as you say it did, he wouldn't have had time to wipe the pistol. That may be, but it does not change what I saw. The killer, the defendant, he threw down the murderous weapon from his hand and fled. This pistol was found at the scene of the crime, strongly suggesting that this was the weapon he disposed of. Objection. Cause for speculation. That sounds to me solid. Well, her forehead? I think only her forehead. Then you recently realize something. No matter how much you train your voice, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to say. Ooh, deep. What do you mean nothing to say? Isn't it obvious from what the witness just said? Isn't what obvious? When he restated what he saw just now, he said he saw Waki drop a murderous weapon. That's not the same as being 100% sure of what Waki threw away. He's just confused because a pistol was found at the scene. Must be hard to be so perfect and yet so wrong. It could be said that I'm quite offended. While it is indeed true that once in my youth I wrote a love letter... The witness saw the killer throw something. Does the defense have anything to say about this? What he threw wasn't a pistol, then it had to be something else. At least one person on the defense team seems to be thinking. The knife. Oh. Is that a sword? Saw one of those on the late night movie last night. Great, a sleep-deprived judge. This knife was found at the scene of the crime, with the defendant's prints on it. His prints? This single piece of evidence proves two important things. One, that what the defendant threw down wasn't a pistol. Two, that the defendant wasn't wearing gloves. Indeed. Oh, her forehead? You're forgetting two other things you've just proven. Huh? One, that the man the witness saw was the defendant, Mr. Waki Kitaki, and two, the defendant was holding a knife with the intent of harming the victim. Indeed. Never underestimate Gavin is the lesson here. Yeah, but he was shot, he wasn't stabbed, so... I believe it would behoove us to hear about what really occurred. With less assuming, please. It is always the same with you people. What do you mean by you people? Mark left the house off foot and 5 minutes... Blah, blah, blah. How long would it be for Mark's brother to catch up to him? Assuming that Mark never had to stop for a traffic light. Assuming. Yes, that's what I said. Assuming. As if that were a probable situation at all. Yet here you are assuming that my assumption is no better. Shut the hell up. So the witness will testify as to what happened after the shot was fired. I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Okay. Why didn't you chase the killer? He was, as you say, a killer. Of course I could have run him down, yet what would he have done when I cornered? Certainly it takes more than aptitudes for solving quadratic equations to know that. The testimony earlier not proved the defendant's presence at the scene, and do we not also know that there was no one else there? It seems clear that we have our killer. Does it not? Does it not, Mr. Justice? We gotta cross-examine. Which way did the killer run? By that time it was clear the killer had noticed me. Naturally he ran in the opposite direction. That would mean he ran in the opposite direction from the Kitaki mansion. Achtung! Don't even think about pointing that he was going away from his home. All he had to do was look back once he was out of sight. How did you know that's where I was going? Not crisply seen. You were certainly composed for someone who had just witnessed a killing. One is to devote one's life to the pursuit of science. One must never flinch at the sight of a little blood. Nor be so moved by a chemical discovery that one drops one flask upon the lab room floor. Well, cool answer, very cool. So nothing strange about how he acted. Tracy looks like she has something to say. Was your first thought to call an ambulance? It could be said that I have dabbled in medicine. The injury I witnessed, namely a single shot to the head, tends to result in death. Ergo, there was no need for me to call an ambulance. Oh, a perfect syllogism. A proof in 3 parts. Exquisite, simply exquisite. He actually looks like he's going to cry. What's she got to say? Can you tell us in detail about these 10 minutes? It's in a state of heightened awareness. Anything could happen at any moment. Anyone could appear from any direction. Is that all? No one came? Nothing happened at all? I saw it all, which is to say, I saw nothing. It was late at night. It's not odd to think there would be a few people around in the park. So we just stood there watching? I must have gone there. If you've got something to say, by all means say it. Had enough at last, Herr Forehead? Maybe it's time to back off a bit. No. Let's ask some questions that demand answers, Your Honor. I'll let him play attorney until he's satisfied, I say. I'll amuse myself by composing my next smash hit in my head. Very well. Is there anything that contradicts that? I'm super cold. Fuck me. My nose is like ice. Bear with me, chat. Bear with me. Oh. It's so warm. Ugh. Could he prevent the killer from leaving the scene? Can we argue that? No. Couldn't leave the scene for use his cell phone to call the police. I'm struggling with this chat. I'm struggling.
Mr. Salty. Yeah, it's like an unhappy face. Team meat? Oh. I don't know what evidence disproves anything that he said. Nothing about this gun that looks sus. Could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene. This is self-aid to call the police. We can't disprove that or anything.
Hold it!
We don't know if that's his cell phone. That was just a cell phone we found in the I guess we just don't know. What? Hold it. Whoa, what? What the fuck is going on? If you don't want to see me give the pretty little girl you smile, do as I say. Do you want to call it for 20 minutes? Head judge. Come to the defendant lobby, Apollo. Okay. To be continued. You move quick, Apollo. Good show, good show. Don't cry, Apollo. Those gangsters. Oh my gosh. The amazing Mr. Hat. You look marvelous, darling. Pressing charges. You can see what he's feeling. Did he do something? I was looking, I didn't notice anything. Oh. Yeah, how am I supposed to see that? So he didn't cheat, he just used his daughter who's got weird ass observation powers. Let's do it. Sorry, I'm really tired. My brain is. I'm losing steam here. I want to try and finish this case. I don't know if it's going to be a long one or not. We're fine. Like says the young lady standing next to you, Mr. Justice. You mean me? Did you have anything to report? Anything concerning a mysterious phantom in the silk top hat? Don't worry about him. I settled that. You settled that? Yes, it was an out-of-court settlement. Perhaps Fraulein would also have us believe it was nothing more than a passing dream. A fantastic illusion. Now you see it, now you don't. Am I right? I think he's onto me. We should stop being so cool. Let's dispense with these niceties and get straight to the matter. What are your plans for our gifted witness? We gotta look for when he fiddles with the page. Okay, I'm gonna watch. Leave an autoplay, I'm gonna watch this. Is it the third one? A sixth sense. Fiddles with the book. Hyperfocus. Perceive the truth.
Gotcha!
Used my cell phone. So he didn't use his cell phone. I saw it. I could see it. This banging of desks is quite bad for my circulation. Ask to see his phone? Whatever for? How strange. Can you explain why your cell phone is sitting here in my hand at this very moment? That's impossible. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. So you did leave the area. Well, that's ridiculous. That makes it sound like... Wait, is he the panty thief? I lost my cell phone. You can't prove that I lost it that night. Connect him to the crime. Yeah, because it was underneath the car. This?
Take that!
Dr. Marx's car was in an accident that took place the night of the murder. An accident? An accident. Happened a little after 9 p.m. just outside People Park, our murder scene. Dr. Marx's car hit a pedestrian. What are you trying to say? From the absence of a mirror, it's clear that the car was parked after the accident, which means it was parked after 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. If the cell phone had been dropped before the car was parked in the garage, then it would have been crushed. After all, it was lying on the ground, right under the wheel. Mr. Stickler, the only time you could have dropped this in that garage was after 9 p.m. the night of the murder in the park. Mr. Stickler, you know what this means? You did break into the victim's garage that night. Prosecutor, say something. I suppose it is worth saying this. No connection has been found between Wesley and Pal. That is, other than this. It's the face of guilt. Do you think he's the panty thief? I bet he's not the murderer. That night, yes, I went to the supermarket. I must have dropped my cell phone on my way back. When I was walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime. I saw the killer, the victim, the stand, all as clear as day. It was him. I saw the defendant at the scene. He rolls. My bracelet didn't react at all during that testimony. So you went shopping, which means you were holding a grocery bag when you witnessed the murder taking place? Huh? Well, yes, of course. Incidentally, the prosecutor received a report of this domestic detail. I did go shopping, really. I walked around the supermarket trying out the free samples. Hey, Mazza. It's a deeply spiritual time view. Do you think sampling free food counts as a religion? I'll allow it. There's only that kind. That's correct. Mm-hmm. If it was the north entrance, he would have run back to his house, surely. Keen observer of the obvious.
I believe it said, what did it say? Noodle. That means he came from the opposite side, which means the guy would have turned the other way. Very important. Okay. Here, I think I present the noodle stand.
Objection!
I'm pretty sure the sign read noodle.
My professor offered me this praise. At least you have good eyesight, Stickler. I'll give you that. Right, without a doubt, Noodle. I see. Is that pity? Let's take a look at our map, shall we? You're claiming that when you saw the sign you were standing here. Although it would have been a bit hard to read the sign from this spot. What does the sign say? Eldoon. Inconceivable. And you saw it right. It was the wrong other side.
Take that!
On the opposite side. When viewed from the south, the sign on the stand reads Eldoons, as we know. However, observe the other side of the stand. The side says Noodle. Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court. You witnessed the crime from the northern side of the park, not the south.
Objection!
So what? So what? What does it matter if you saw the killing from the north or the south side? It makes no difference at all. He's right. Travel far enough to the south and you'll end up going north. Even on a global scale, directions are utterly without meaning. Actually, maybe he's right. What does it change? Changed everything. Yeah, because he would have turned the other way and it would have hit him the other side. .3D reenactment. It reverses it, so he would have been shot in the other temple. In other words, someone standing at point K couldn't shoot the victim in his right temple. It's impossible. It means that it could be fucking Stickler who did it. He's north. Order! The apple didn't fall far from the tree. She flipped this whole case on his head while I was still figuring it out.
Objection!
Clarifying one point for me, if you would, Half Forehead.
What now? Are you truly accusing this college student of murder? I'd say exactly looks innocent, but something still doesn't feel right. I can't picture him as the real killer. No, please, looks aside, I am really a nice guy. My friends say so. See what the defense has to say. Accused of another crime. I think he's a killer, but he's not innocent either. He's the panty thief. Your science tells me that much. Because the bin was on the north side. He's unusually quiet. Tell us why now. The word confession isn't in my dictionary. Her forehead? I'm afraid I forced you to elucidate her stickless silence. You say you were accusing the witness just now. For a crime other than murder? Your reason? The court's all is. These?
Take that!
Something tells me this isn't one of those good silences. Oh. Fuck. I thought it'd be because he stole the panties. Phone?
Take that! Take that!
The other panties, maybe?
Take that!
No, there we go. The medicine thing says that the defendant has like a metallic object in his heart. Women's underwear? He looks sexy. I told you, he's the panty thief. Oda. It's not what it seems. By Thagamila's Fall. On the night of the murder, just past 9 PM, Mango catches a panty snatcher red-handed.
Panty snatching in the first degree. Uh-huh. You lack the courage to admit your theft of this girl's underpants. Violently curious.
Objection!
Come on. Oh, he's seen her magic tricks. Insane coat for him, yeah. A frozen chicken? Mm-hmm. Why did the witness lie about his location at the time of the shooting? Because there were panties in the bin.
Take that!
More panties. Mr. Stickler, you didn't.
nose is twitching too much. A fascinating yet disturbing tale. Today's proceedings to a close. I'm more than pleased to dismiss this witness for the remainder of the trial. And one last thing. The Fox Mafia family case, yes. Good job, baby. To be continued. Hey, it's hard reading. I've been doing German accents, Italian accents, posh British accents, French. There wasn't any French characters yet, but I'm being hit by like a wave of tiredness, and the reading's getting to me. It's getting to me. Je parle un peu de français. I speak a little bit of English. I had a croissant this morning for my breakfast, but maybe we'll see how the day takes us, no? So sleepy streamer, yeah. This has been a long case. Like a shit ton of evidence. Yeah. You got stood up by the dentist? Oh no, how come? Do they have no record of your thing, or? The dentist I go is like the one I go to the same place, but the dentist I used to have before he retired. Sometimes I'd be like, I want to get my appointment done at 9 o'clock so I can go in, get my appointment done, and then go home and have the rest of the day to myself, kind of thing. Or like before work or whatever. And I remember every single time I'd go there, I would wait in the waiting room for like 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I would be the first appointment, and at 20 past the time I was supposed to have my thing, the dentist would walk in through the front door and arrive for work. And I'm like, are you taking a piss? You're literally turning up after you were like... And it happened every time. He was so lazy. He was so lazy. They were sick? Oh, okay. That sucks. Did you reschedule? Everyone was too obsessed with panties to bother about the real case. So, I reckon it's going to be someone random that we don't know who did the killing. Are you going in later? This is going to be a multi-day trial. That first day was like 3.5 hours of trial or something. Oh, it's her again. Miss Tiala. Thank you for today. The trial went well. Alright, no problem. Do you think Waki will be okay? Well, he's not guilty yet. Please, you have to help him. We're supposed to get married next month. Oh, congratulations. Way to put the pressure on a guy. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Are you sure about marrying into the Kitaki family? I'm fine with it. And I love Waki with all my heart. Ah, that's so sweet. So it doesn't bother you that you'll be, married to the mob? I don't think so. My parents are against it, of course. Where did you and Waki first meet, anyway? Good question. We met at my old job, actually. Office romance. What was her old job? Did you know that the boss is trying to get out of the business? Really? He's trying to transfer his assets into a normal company. And he announced it recently out of the blue. Yeah, there's quite a lot of confusion in the ranks. Can't imagine Waki going along with that. He's highly motivated, isn't he? That's not the word I would have used. He said, I'll be the next big boss and keep the family alive. I think he's at that age when boys want to make a mark on the world. Not the way I would have put it. His father moves in a lot of circles. He's really focused on profits. The Kitaki family's been making a killing recently. But Waki says it's not about the money. They have the gangster tradition to uphold. Is the father worried about tradition? Hey Tillone, how's it going, man? Can I ask you a question about Waki? I understand he was operated on by the victim, Dr. Maracus. Apparently, yes. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. So I gotta go in, get a doctor, patch me up again. Yeah, I was trying to do like a London accent for that guy. Waki's always been fond of fighting, I'm afraid. I'm not sure it qualifies as fighting when pistols are involved. Mr. Gavin was saying his life might be in danger, wasn't he? That can't be right. I'm sure he was just trying to scare us. Scary to think that the surgeon might make a mistake. It's even scarier when he tries to hide it. I'd like to know a little more about this operation. It's time to pay the Maractus Clinic a visit. Leave it to me. It was all Yakuza? Always has been. Okay, so we go to the clinic? No. That's the clinic where Phoenix is. You have the kids at the fire department in 30 minutes? Oh damn, dude, you're gonna have your hands full. Can we go in? Okay, so we can't go in that way. Yeah, I want to go to the clinic. Oh, okay. This is where we're supposed to go, I suppose. Looks like Waki's out for questioning. I need to talk to him. Yes. The other suspect is all through with questioning. The other? Oh, the panty snatcher. Wesley Stickler. It's the posh man. You go home at 6 a.m. Oh no. Sounds like a rough state. Please keep this brief if you would. I'm quite busy. Bro, you're in jail. What else are you going to be doing? Need to finish this paper. It's you! Mr. Stickler, we'd like to have a few words with you. Very well, as long as they're few. Mr. Stickler, on the night of the murder, you stole... from being misunderstood. How exactly? Yes, that night I obtained a pair of panties, it's true. However, it was my burning curiosity that drove me to do it, nothing more. I want to know the trick to my panties, right? You're here too. Great Trucy, teach me. Huh? I must know the secret of your... Bruh. You can make a great, lovely assistant. He stole panties. They were magic panties used in a magic show, and he thought they were really magic and wanted to work out. So he stole a whole bunch of panties. Could you relate what you saw the night of the murder to us one more time? Fenton was there in the park that night, of this I'm quite certain. He was pointing a pistol or something like that at the victim. That's when I shouted, "Stop, you two, let's resolve this like gentlemen." In the next moment, a shot was fired. And this is all true? Really? My panties are gone, my innermost heart. What further reason could I have possibly to lie? I don't think he'd want to hide more than panty snatching. Sounds like Rocky was at the scene of the crime after all. You got good food now, Ray? Let's go. The map maybe about his... Oh. She's back. Hey, you two, over here! Us? Hey, little plum, what's up? Gangsterese is a negative influence. I heard you retrieved my bloomers. But a man speaks clearly and takes credit where it's due. You caught the thief, didn't you? Yeah, sorry, I caught him. I'll deal with you later.
But enough about bloomers. What about my son, Waki?
Well, he's...
Clearly.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I was kind of hoping we could avoid coming back in. He's really everything you'd expect in a boss's son. I'm gonna be a gangster, dude.
The life does have an appeal for that age, particularly for boys.
What? Don't look at me like that.
He was shot in a turf war about half a year ago.
You heard the story from Walkie.
But he didn't tell you the whole story. You know, even if he had a pistol then, he couldn't have shot anyone.
What?
He acts like he's hard, but he couldn't shoot someone to save his life. I should know, I'm his mom.
Words do have a certain weight to them.
Hopefully when this is all taken care of, he and the boss can sort out their differences.
You mean Walkie's father? They didn't seem to be on the best of terms, did they?
One of our pistols is missing.
So the murder weapon was from this mansion. Kind of figured, given the difficulty of obtaining a gun these days.
None of the rank and file have access. Only the boss, myself, and Waki could have taken it.
Do you think it was the boss?
I'm sure the cops will continue trumping all over the mansion. Maybe this is a sign it's time for a change.
They seem to be concerned at least.
Yeah, Waki's fiance. They're getting married next month. She's been staying over lately.
You don't look too happy about that, Elblom. How'd you
guess?
Even I can tell that. Any suspects yet? Yeah, I'm thinking.
Waki brought her home one day, says she wants to tie the knot.
You can see why, she's so pretty.
Oh, she's pretty enough. But you know... Nah, it's probably just me being suspicious. Stay in this business too long, and you start to only see darkness in people. You get a nose for it. A nose for people. A nose for trouble.
Maybe she's from a rival gang and it's all a setup.
The boss may act tough, but that boy means the world to him.
Seems like he's against his father's position.
It's to be expected. We're in a bit of a transition now. Trying to cut our ties with the shadiest side of the street and do more of the up and up. Waki ain't too enthusiastic about the change.
But why the change? Is the gangster thing just not paying the bills?
It pays, but we need a lot of money right now. Clean money, that is.
Something must be up.
You'll see things the way the boss sees him someday.
Alright. Bloomers. About these.
My bloomers. Thanks for that. I owe you one. Why don't you keep him as a souvenir?
Huh. See you later, Dylan. Take care, man. That's his knife. And that's all we've got for now. Nothing here. Mr. Aldoon. What's wrong? So you found my stand. That's why I'm here to thank you. Ah, but now it's a crime scene and it won't let me have it back. That's also why I'm here. I got no other place to go. I see. How could a noodle stand be a crime scene? That's what I don't get, Trucy doll. Even in death he's after my neck, I tell you. Bah, can't even cook an honest noodle. Aldoon is your spirit animal. He? Even in death? You mean the victim, Dr. Maractus? I tell you, it's enough to drive a man to make his soup even saltier. Don't eat his noodles ever. All your settings have been reset? Oh, what happened there? Their stand for generations. It served out the best noodles us Eldoons could make. A tradition of noodles and salty broth. It's more than a stand, it's history, I tell you. It's a great story. A single sound passed down from generation to generation. Of course, to be honest, I didn't plan on doing it. That's right, you said something about that. About rebelling against your pops, was it? Good memory, Trucy doll. I was a go-getter back in my day. Until my friend next door butted in. In the end, I was left with nothing but this dusty old stand to earn my fortune. Mr. Aldoon, I didn't mean to pry, but what exactly did you do before you became a chef? Little noodles lie, that's what I say. You stole my dreams and left me with nothing but noodles. And now I don't even have that. Do you think he used to work at a clinic? Mr. Aldoon, if I might ask, what exactly happened between you and the Maractus clinic? Hey! Couldn't help but sense enmity there. Enmity? I hate him. Hate it. Him acting like he smells like roses when he's rolling in the mud. He's the only doctor at that clinic, you know. Pretty impressive, eh? I'll tell you the secrets to his success. The mob. You mean the Kitaki family? They're always having one of them turf. Was a one now. It's an injury or two that needs a fix. And McGrath saw some chance for some business. So I was giving them a good deal. A deal? Every fifth operation for free. He stole the idea from my pops. 1 free bowl of noodles a week, he used to say. Can a doctor just decide to do that? Oh, no doubt it's illegal, but it got him in good with the family. Pretty good he was getting all the business in town, leaving me here in the dark. Up to my neck in soupy noodles. Can't hurt to ask. Aldoon's passed. Mr. Aldoon, or should I say Dr. Aldoon, figured it out, did you? That's right, I was a doctor, a surgeon until the year before last. So Mr. Maractus was your rival? You like those onions they put in the soup broth? Yeah, kind of. You take a spoon, you drink some broth, those onions will find their way in there. For people who like them, why, that's just fine. For people who hate them, I hate onions. Hate them. Always sneaking in from the side, getting in the way of a good tasting spoonful. Well, that's what he was, an onion. Onion boy, that's what I called him. So you weren't exactly friends? Ha! Me and Pal Maractus, ever since preschool, we were getting each other's face. No matter what I did, sure enough, he'd keep following along. Then he'd do it better than me, just blow right past me with so much as a howdy. See, that's right, I was a surgeon long before he was, you know. Then that no-good onion boy comes along. Well, Trucy, looks like we found ourselves a new suspect. Did I say that? Thanks to him, I was forced to trade him a scalpel for a ladle. Sorry, pal, didn't mean to weigh you down with an old man's ramblings. It's fine. By way of apology, you ever get yourself in a spot of trouble, you drop by. Huh? You're investigating Maractus, aren't you? Yes. Well, you want to know about a doctor, you ask a doctor, that's what I'm saying. Just think of me if you need something, Trucy doll. Alright? Sounds like a plan. Anything we can show her? Chinese badge. Just show everyone your Chinese badge. Okay, I was gonna say, can we talk to the other guy now? Just finished questioning. I'll bring him in. Bring him out. Yo, sup, my little imposter, sus. Dizam, it's you. Sorry, G. Thought you were a leader. My little imposter sure is a strange nickname. It's a clink thing, you wouldn't understand. Did I say imposter? I meant poster, like poster girl, right? If you're gonna drop a part like that, why not drop poster and just call her girl? Because she's so much more than that, G. She's like an angel, a fallen angel. So what can I do you for? Worried about your heart condition, maybe? Why is he like, why is this guy like taunting him? He's like, ha, there's a book. I miss my fallen angel. Go get a leader for me. You're my lawyer, ain't ya? Your fiance. So I hear you're to be married next month. Straight up, report the nuptial 40. Oh, Snapple Cake, she's so fine. I think he's smitten with her in his own weird way. I was wondering, how did you two meet? I asked Tiala, but she was very vague. Huh? Oh man, if she wouldn't tell you. I'd best hold my tongue, you feel me? What's past is past, she knows that. When I'm with a leader, I feel like there's things worth protecting out there, you feel me? And my leader, she's down all the way. Do you think she's from like a rival gang or something? It's professional fortune. There's something you should know. We Kitakis have what you might call a feud with the Ravellas. So about 6 months back, I'd go in Ravella's turf, packing a knife, right? You were shot. Coldest thing I ever seen. One shot to the heart, but my homies weren't too late. It's a miracle that I lived. It's already considered one of the 7 wonders of the Kati family, you know that? So you're taken down to the Maractus clinic then. Should have seen their faces when they wheeled me in. Can't just let the boss's son die, you know? He'd have been in the doctor's shoes. Mr. Kitaki's scary enough when he's not angry. But the bullet that hit you, it was never removed. And it's still threatening his life. That doctor, he did it on purpose. The Ravallis paid him off, I'm sure. Life in the family is a G thing. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm not up on my G things. I'm not even sure what a G thing is. But my old man, he's gone soft. He says the old rival gang days are over. He just wants to make money. Isn't that a good thing? Man, there ain't no soul in making money. Better to live fast and die young, full shizzle. Sorry. Wait until I run the yard, then everyone will know what time it is. That's right, OG time all the time, represent. Apollo, why does he keep talking about old guys? I don't think that's what OG means, Trucy. Ali CeeJaey. When did we can show him? I don't know who was driving the car that hit Phoenix, right? Or unless it was the doctor. I guess, yeah. Snuck him out. So the killer, Mr. Stickler, says he saw that night was, guess it was me. I was there after that. He knows exactly what happened. You don't beat around the bush. I like your style, shorty. Actually, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you for a while now. That is, did you do it? Did you shoot him? I don't know. Huh? The day of that checkup, when I found out about the bullet by my heart, I borrowed a gun from the family stash. Figured I'd give that doctor a taste of his own bad medicine. Don't know where this is going. But you were carrying a knife, weren't you? Oh, that? Yeah, well, never can be too careful, I say. So I'm on my way to the clinic, right? When I run into him in the park, and he's dragging his noodle stand behind him. You didn't put him up to that? Like, you know, in the movies? If you value your life, you'll bring the stand. Shorty, you're more whack than I am, and that's saying something. But I was serious. The thing is, I don't remember what happened next all too well. You don't remember? But the way I see it, if there wasn't anyone else there that night, then I guess it probably was me who did him in. You know what I'm saying? But that ain't good. Show me his mum's underpants. Badge. I mean, badge just like, yeah, didn't do anything. Most of the time they don't care about the badge. So he wants to see Alita, so yeah, most of them don't react to the badge, sadly. I mean, if no one else is there, it's probably me, yeah. I mean, I guess I did it. Where are we gonna find Alita, I wonder? You showed him the pistol. Yeah, we did that. must be something going on. Sure, I'll be in the bowl. Yeah, I mean, we obviously gotta, like, there's something we missed. Show a piece of evidence to someone or something. Objection. Okay, we can take them both now. We shade them to Aldean. notes tab in the court record? No. This is all we've got in the court record. Yeah, I understand. This is the court record. This here is the court record. Seven hours in, I know. Don't worry. Oh, we can go. We just have to go over to this side. But we have proof. So we needed that to like progress this. Oh my god, it's him. Who? Oh, it's him. He's so cool. So why are you using the wrong oil? Yeah, she's in a foul loop. Gloomy skies, eh?
different. Yeah, the top's gone. There's a leaf. I see a leaf. Oh, shit. I need to be right back, team, because I need to sort some stuff out. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Alright guys, sorry about that. I am back. Just have to sort out medication for people. I'm here. Let's continue. Seems to be apologizing reverently to the trash can. She's under a lot of stress. The investigation is probably not going so well. Hey, you there! If you're going to talk about someone behind their back, do it more quietly, please. This is miserable. I just got a new kit and I can't get the stuff to work. And everyone's all smiles for that glamorous fall. Does she mean Prosecutor Gabber? What's the point? Doesn't she mean glamorous? When he walks, his shiny chains catch the sunlight. Oh god, munch. You know Mr. Ray. How do you know my dad? I want details. He helped me out a long time ago. I might say he saved me. She's saying something about getting involved in an incident. I understand it when things are vague, especially in a case. Went to study to become a forensic scientist in Europe. Yeah, we know this. But you're a detective now. I failed the test. You know, rank and title don't matter. What matters is what's inside your heart. My heart is full of science. That's what I bought this kit through mail order. I'm going to test it here before the forensic team arrives. These glamorous types always rub me the wrong way. Glamorous, right. Prosecutors should be cool, of wit. Less glamorous and more simorous, you know? No, actually I don't. Well, that and what happened 7 years ago. Prosecutor Gavin was the one who stripped Mr. Wright of his attorney's badge. What? Really? He was the one? You mean you didn't know? I thought you were one of his boys. I'm neither a boy nor one of his. But let's see what she has to say. What exactly happened 7 years ago? Never actually heard the details. Then investigate. It's better you land it yourself anyway. Why don't people just explain shit? Like, we get speed up. I'm asking exactly what you've been doing. Squatting down on the ground like that. Want to know, do you? Especially on a new toy. You mean it wasn't police issue? What is it? I see a roller in glue. This is a footprint analysis kit. Footprint. Raining on the night of the murder. Which means there are footprints. Something to do with those blue tarps? Right, so the ground was muddy, so I had to protect it as it was that night. I want to know exactly where someone was standing. Hey Gavin, did you drop pasta on the floor? Oh shit. How much pasta are we talking? Like a little bit or like a plate? 8. 8 pastas? Okay. That's... okay. Footprint analysis. Try it. That does not fill me with confidence. We have to pick the footprint, or in this case, shoe print, we want to analyze. Taking the liberty of marking all the shoe prints. Thank you. For what? Shoe prints prepare to be examined. It's exciting. Here goes. Pour the plaster into the print until it's full. Just press space wherever you want to pour the plaster. Oh, okay. Easy. Oh, okay.
We did it. Dread plaster until it turns white. Blast it with the hairdryer. Guys, we're doing science. It's hardened nicely. Footprint. Bomb. Interesting. It's definitely his. Match found. They belonged to Walkie-Talkie after all. He was in the park on the night of the crime. Can almost see the science at work. Don't you love it? Nothing feels better. It's definitely way more into this than I am. So let me know if you want to do some more. Denial with the prime. Thank you, man. Subbage. Thank you so much. Conversion from a prime to a sixth one. Oh shit, convert from a prime to... Oh, I see, yeah, sorry. So he's forgetting to refresh prime. Oh, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. This is a weird shoe shape. This is like a heeled boot or something? It's Wesley Stickler. Yeah, well, we knew he was standing there, didn't we? There's one more.
You swapping countries. You're going back in a month now? That's wild. Are you excited? This is how you can tell it was a DS game. Oh yeah, 100%. Yes, from the slipper. Hi, Mr. Miguel. How's it going? Got a laptop arriving tomorrow. Give me a desktop replacement. Ryzen 9 4080? Yeah, I mean, that'd be pretty good. Yeah, I mean, if you have it well ventilated, I think it should be okay. The leaf. What? Get us into the clinic. Should be that way tomorrow morning. Oh, best of luck. I hope it's exactly what you want. Get into the clinic. I might have to go soonish. Got like half an hour. Reception desk, no one's here, of course. It's a small sign on the counter. Please pay your bill. Remember, we're the ones holding the scalpel. Brutal but effective. There's bowls. What the fuck? There's loads of the guy's bowls. They're from Eldon's Noodles. There's Mr. Salty. I think we figured something out. Mr. Eldon must do takeout. Fish. Slippers. Single pair of sandals here. Someone took their sandals off. Replaced them with the slippers. I'm sus of the fiance now. Like opening locks. What? Expensive lamp, but they didn't steal it. Hey Jordan, what's up, man? Dry. Interesting. We're gonna have to get unemployment for the next 6 months. Oh, okay. Productive. Valuables, right? Yeah. So I look under a potted plant. Beakers. What's inside them? A goldfish, okay. Seven, 9. Oh, I thought it was going to be the guy's date of birth or something. Bloody magician. I don't get the relevance of this lamp. What's going to give us the code? The gun? No. I thought we could select the guy from the thing and it'd be his date of birth. We can dust for prints. Seven, 9, 2, 5. Someone kissed it. Shit. Let's go. What the fuck? It's all in medical speak. It says walkie-kitaki. What would this one shot be here in this safe? The physician signature says Pal Maractus. Look here where it says who filed the chart. Nurse Alita. I told you, she's fucking sus. That's how they met. She was the nurse at the hospital. I'm sure she had her reasons. So Alita Tiala worked at the Maractus clinic, and she had access to Walkie-Kitaki's medical chart. Very interesting stuff. Let's try. Who could help us decipher this? Probably the Detective science lady. Is that a bullet hole? Anything else? That's the face of someone who's made a discovery. That's me. Can't fool someone trained in the ways of science. You gotta love science. So that's Detective Sky to help us, Apollo. Okay. Nope. Presents the chart. This guy was wondering about this. It's our secret opening tomorrow's trial. Oh. A bullet, maybe? Okay, so what the fuck are we here for then? The lamp? The shoes. Ah, right, we can get footprints. Scientifically speaking, these are a pair of women's sandals. A toe mark. But is it the same as the ones in the slippers? That's the important thing. Think someone more than? I think you're right. It's the same person then. Whoever owns those shoes used these and it's probably the murderer. And I think it's the fiancé. Her motivation? I don't know. Was she part of the other gang? Is she like... I don't know. Get a good sniff. Yes.
Take that!
Take that. Perfect match. I think we already knew that. I think we're done, right? What do we do now? Speak to Phoenix, I suppose.
Tell me what happened 7 years ago, please. I want to know. I need to know. So don't waste any time getting to the point. 7 years ago, I was standing in a courtroom on behalf of a client.
The case involved the death of a certain magnificent genius. I'd be surprised if you hadn't heard about it. It was all over the news, I remember that. You were up against Prosecutor Gavin, weren't you? Yes, he was only 17 years old at the time. Still high school. He took the bar exam abroad in Europe. They're progressive over there, you know. I was defeated by a 17-year-old newcomer, and my shame I left the practice forever. That's all. That's all? How could that be all? What do you mean? Well, what they were saying on the news about forged evidence. Is it you forged evidence and had your attorney's badge stripped from you? How does it feel? How does it feel to stand here before Phoenix Wright, the forging attorney himself? What about what happened in my first trial? Oh, yeah. Phoenix Wright would never forge evidence. I played frickin' 3 games with him. You see, jump into my defense on this one. Maybe I did forge evidence, maybe I didn't. Doesn't really matter now, does it? But I'm not an attorney anymore. That's the only truth you need to know. Looks like he doesn't want to talk about the accusations of forgery for now. Detention center? Yep.
Don't cry, Angel. You always have to announce your entrances like that. My old man, he man. Now I'm all in a funk and it's his fault. I'm gonna assume that his father tried to teach him a lesson and failed, clearly. You two got your work cut out for you straight up. Of course I don't care if they lock me up. I'm ready to go. Sometimes I wonder what I do. Hey man, you won't see me bugging about 1 or 2 guilty charges. What if you found guilty of murder? Hey, it's all experience. You feel me, shorty, like a badge of honor. They don't give the death penalty, do they? you didn't really do it, did you? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I learned one thing today, is that silence speaks louder than words. My old man is whack. Disappointing, that's what he is. And he wants to leave the mall? Over my dead body. Spent my life trying to keep it real, being an OG and never stepping down. Now my old man wants to go soft, fine, let him. Just leave me out of it. The day I get out of the clink, that's the day a leader and I start the next generation of the Kitaki family. Please don't talk as though I assumed you'll go to jail for my sake. Show him the shoes. I bet he's going to recognize the sandals. You don't happen to recognize these, do you? Hey, sure I do. I was the one who bought them for her. Miss Tiala. A birthday present. She's got mad little feet. Mad. These sandals are hers. Kinda had a feeling. The lamp, maybe? Some kind of X-ray? Wait. That's right, Rocky. It's yours. I don't smoke or nothing. I'll live long, right? I think he gets it, Apollo. Take a closer look. Here, in particular. Where it says nurse, it's signed Alita Tiala. You lawyers do your homework. So you met Miss Tiala when you... Yeah, I met her at the clinic, so... Could you tell us a bit about the circumstances of your meeting? I'll tell you how we met if you want to know that bad. About half a year ago, I was shot during a little turf war with another family. I was ready to die, sure. But they came in and got me, hauled me off to the docks. The Maractus Clinic? That's where I met her. A fallen angel. Alita... Isn't Battle Angel? Alita Battle Angel, isn't that a thing? Well, they say the bad guy always gets the ladies. Right. She was done with that clinic anyhow. So I was like, I'll take you on, woman. Straight gangster style. Guess what she said? What did she say? Come on, give it some thought. She said it real quiet, like on the down low. Know what I'm saying? I'll leave if you'll marry me. So that was the proposal? You know it. An oath of love right there in the hospital. Just like that, the op was done and we were out there. See you later, bye. About that op. Didn't go so well after all, did it? I know about the report. I know it's still in me. This health checkup was the boss's idea, you said. Yeah, can you imagine? What's the point of living healthy when you're a G, know what I'm saying? But didn't you learn about the bullet at the checkup? Yeah. That's when I knew that doctor had to pay. Figured I could get that cap pulled after I got my revenge. Hey, I'm still living large now. Suddenly, had you ever had a health checkup before? Now my old man suddenly gets this idea that we all gotta get checkups. Guess he's getting old. We gotta go back here. I'm hoping we get to the checkpoint soon so I can, you know. What's the matter, Trucy doll? Show him what we found. Nothing like expert advice? Oh shit, yeah, he's a doctor. Everything okay? I'm so happy. Just thought my doctor days were gone for good. could you take a look at this? A medical chart? Hey, you should go around taking these from clinics. Why the sudden silence, Mr. Eldoon? What? What's going on here? That's what we want to know. The chart belongs to my client. Why is his hair ramen coming out of that bowl? Because he sells noodles. His name's Mr. Eldoon, which is noodle backwards. ABD? All but dead. He's knocking on the pearly gates and someone's back to answer. Can you tell us why? He's taking his hat off! Permit me to speak as a surgeon. You listen up good now, son. No way. It's like he's a completely different person. It's the regular up here. Don't. Well, according to this chart, this Waki-Kitaki fella's not doing so well. He's got a bullet right up the side of his heart. That's right. But this chart talks about the post-op. In other words, the operation is already finished. But you can still see that bullet stuck in there. Why would it still be in there after the operation to remove it? The only reason I can think of is it was too tricky to operate on. What? That bullet's snug as a bug there, right next to the aorta, which is connected to the heart. That scrap of metal's just surrounded by blood vessels. 2 millimeters to either side, and there'd be some serious bleeding going on in there. Not something your average doc would be eager to fiddle with. You mean, took a miracle to get that bullet stuck where it is? Take more than a miracle to take it out. Take a magician. This is good. Plus, with the heart pumping and lungs working, that bullet's on the move. I'd give him another half a year tops. Waki's operation was already half a year ago. That's why I'm saying you're out of time. This kid shouldn't be on trial. He should be on an operating table. Which is great. How could Dr. Maractus do such a terrible thing? How could he just leave that bullet in there? I got a pretty good idea of how he felt. An emergency operation, he's got the kid's chest open on the table. Then he finds that bullet. That's despair right there, Trucy Doll. Cold despair. Despair? But the only thing he could do was sew the boy back up. He wasn't exactly in a situation to go and he couldn't take it out. The Kitakis, you bet, this kid's their only son out here. So he skips the operation and walks back on the street living his life. Of course, it's only a matter of time before his heart hemorrhages and he drops cold. Which doctor would they take him to? Maractus. He's got enough ties to them, he could probably cover up the truth of what happened. That's horrible. He left Waki to die. There's a darkness in this world, Trucy Doll, waiting hungry. Compared to it, these gangs' turf wars are like kids' games. It's just called Guy. Guy Eldoon. He's just a guy. You were a surgeon. You could operate on Waki, couldn't you? I wish. I'm afraid there ain't nobody in the country that could. Maybe not even in the world. So Waki, so lucky to be alive even now. He's gonna die. There's one problem. This chart, look at the nurse section. Alita Tiala. This operation was how they met. Problem is, she knew. She knew about Waki's condition, guaranteed. Why didn't she ever tell him? Because she's waiting for him to die to get fucking inheritance. She knew how patient was in serious danger. She's just gonna... She's in it for the inheritance. To be continued. I'm gonna have to leave it there, I'm afraid, gang. I think we're gonna... Oh yeah, trial day 2. Damn. If only had like another couple of hours, it would have been good, because then I could have finished this trial. Little Plum was right. Little Plum was right.
Gotta listen to the mama gangster. Alright guys, I'm sorry. I've got a dip. Gotta go sort dinner for peeps. Yeah, I mean, we got one whole episode done, and I think we're near the end of this episode. So the next time I play, I'll try and finish this trial and then do the next episode. I think that's the plan. So in terms of what else I'm going to do this week, tomorrow we're going to have a little stream in the evening. Me, Gubbins, Ray, Srood, we're going to play some Left 4 Dead 2 together. And then the next time I stream, I might do some Dead by Daylight because there's a new DLC dropping today, I think. So, yeah, check that out. I don't know what day. We'll see. It depends on how busy I am. But, yeah, I'm glad I managed to get a... That sounds like everyone should join for that. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know when I'll stream this next, but most likely next week. I don't know if I'll be able to do it like a weekend one. So yeah, probably sometime next week. Similar sort of deal. Try and get a long stream. I'm glad I managed to do a long stream today. I know I had to dip in and out a number of times, but yeah. All right, guys. I'm going to stop blabbing. You guys have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you've enjoyed the stories so far, because I've been enjoying it a lot. And yeah, I'll